Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After the deaths of Vice President Cheney and conservative influencer Charlie Kirk, people have mocked them and left hateful messages all over social media. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming pastors are saying that this behavior isn't condoned in the Bible.
I talked to 3 Wyoming pastors who range from quite on the left to quite on the right to just generally conservative. And they all were like, there's not an occasion for this in the Bible. There's no one pure enough to spit on someone else's grave.
Scott Clem is a member of the Campbell County Commission, and he tells Cowboy State Daily that it's pretty dehumanizing when we attack people after their death, and especially right upon their death. Cows across Wyoming might soon be corralled by electronic collars that vibrate to tell them where to go or shock them when they stray. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines introduces us to virtual fencing.
If you've been to maybe an upscale neighborhood and you see that people have dogs, but they don't have a physical fence around their house, they have a collar on the dog with perimeter control. It's the same thing, but just scaled up for cattle. And what's interesting about this, or what's exciting about this from a Wyoming point of view, is that fencing is a huge topic when it comes to wildlife, because there might be fences across wildlife migration routes or across routes where deer travel regularly between bedding areas and feeding areas and watering areas. And so there is a concern about fencing impeding wildlife movement.
3 Sheridan area ranchers this year tried virtual fencing through a pilot program sponsored by the Sheridan Community Land Trust. One rancher tells Cowboy State Daily he's so pleased with the results, he's ordered more collars to run 400 cows with virtual fencing. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Do you have tired, heavy, aching, swollen, and painful legs? Find relief with Wyoming's only IAC-accredited vein facility, Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA. Our Casper-based interventional radiologists and physician assistants specialize in the diagnosis and treatment of painful varicose veins. With virtually no downtime and minimal risks, WIVA offers the best solution for your painful veins. Schedule a consultation at 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Rockefeller family has owned a remote retreat with unparalleled Grand Teton views going on half a century. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the property is up for sale for just under $13 million.
You've got the view of the Grand Tetons. It's just unparalleled. You got an outdoor swimming pool, which outdoor swimming pools in Jackson Hole are very rare. The house itself was designed by some hoity-toity architect. He was well known for his timeless designs that stand the test of time. It's 8,000 square feet with 7 bedrooms. These are all, quote, ensuite bedrooms.
Now, the reason the Rockefellers are selling the property is a reflection of changing times, so say the realtors. They tell Cowboy State Daily that the family is scattered, so it's hard to get everybody together. Who in the Wyoming legislature is a member of the Freedom Caucus? Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that through a slew of point-blank inquiries this week, Cowboy State Daily has determined a number.
31 members, either from past reporting or interviews this week, evidence that they are not Freedom Caucus members. That's squarely half of the House and a majority of its Republican representation. 17 people clearly identified themselves as Freedom Caucus members, which is more than the website actually lists. 3 gave equivocal answers, things like, look at my voting record, or I wear a lapel pin, or I don't want to answer. And then 5 didn't get back to us at all.
The Wyoming Freedom Caucus describes itself as a group of state legislative representatives dedicated to limited government and protecting the freedoms and liberties of Wyomingites. It's also known for championing property tax cuts, pro-life laws, and transgender bathroom and sports restrictions. And while Wyoming's stretch of Interstate 80 is currently in good shape, maintenance is key. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that it's an expensive proposition for the upkeep of this busy stretch of an interstate.
Estimates from the Wyoming Department of Transportation, or WYDOT, say that it could cost over $1 billion to completely reconstruct the entirety of I-80 as it stretches across Wyoming. While the road is in good condition currently, this doesn't mean that in the future it may need to be reconstructed, given the fact that WYDOT is facing a projected $400 million budget shortfall.
Those numbers translate into costing $2.6 million per mile to rebuild, and that doesn't include the costs associated with passing lanes, ramps, and bridges. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
You're really gonna like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me. Oh, oh, oh.
It's a Cowboy State Daily show with Jake, soon to be with Jen Coker. We're going to get her on in a second. Who's in the Freedom Caucus? Cowboy State Daily went to find out. We asked them all. And we got a pretty good idea. Probably half the House would affiliate with the Freedom Caucus. What would it cost to rebuild Interstate 80? You don't want to know. We don't have near enough money. People not being nice after the deaths of Charlie Kirk and Dick Cheney. Not surprised. People not being nice to cats. I'm not surprised, and I can't. Oh, it just angers me. People that want to do harm to cats. On that note, let's get Jen Coker in here to calm me down. Who would shoot at a cat?
I'm so angry about that.
Seriously.
But, yeah, I don't get people. But on the corollary to that is the dog who made it home after the crash. I love that.
That's a really good story. The little Chewy, any dog named Chewy, you can think of how he got that name. You probably don't have a pair of shoes that doesn't have holes in it.
And those little dogs are so darn cute.
Yeah, and it's a good thing it was a dachshund because they got short legs, and he was trying to run away from people.
Yeah.
And he got he couldn't run for long. He got tired. He fell down. Like belly up off Interstate 80. Yeah, he was found by a couple that was driving, a concerned couple. They did make an effort to get a hold of Chewy. And he had a chip. Chewy had a chip. And we going to get him back with Mom. The kids are happy, of course. And then a FedEx driver stepped in to help with the transport. So it's super cool.
Everybody wants to help with animals. It goes back to my theory that animals are better than people. And I mean, Testament, that story in itself, that's the first one I went to.
Oh, yeah. It should be the lead story. Why didn't I lead with that? Because that's the feel-good story we need more of.
We do.
Way to go, Scott Schwebke. He wrote the story in the Cowboy State Daily about Chewy the dog who's on his way home. Presumably. 2 different color-eyed dogs. Those dogs are always weird.
Yeah, they are.
They always have, I've always found them different than same colored eye. What do they call a 2-color eye person? There's a name for that.
There's a name. Yes, there is. People chime in on Facebook, help us out.
Yeah.
But don't call us dumb. Like you did the other day.
Don't chime in on Facebook if you want to think Evansville is a town. It was around longer than I thought. 1923. What was Casper like in 1923? Casper was still bigger than Evansville.
I don't know. I don't know anything about Casper.
Casper wanted to be the state capital. And at the time, they had like equal population with Cheyenne, and pretty much today, similarly, also. But Cheyenne won out. Casper would have made more sense centrally located, honestly. But Cheyenne's on 80, so 6, 7. Oops.
Yeah, because aren't capitals typically in the center of the state?
Well, they're just easier to get to. That's why, I mean, Cheyenne misses out whenever there's that's why all the sporting tournaments, if there's a big volleyball tournament, you're more likely to have it where everybody can get there equally. 4-hour, 3-hour drive. But if you're in Cody and you got some competition in Cheyenne, pack a lunch. Or ask to borrow the governor's Air Force One. Because
it's amazing to me how far people travel for sports in this state.
Yeah.
Because I'm in Gillette and I see buses come in. And I mean, it's not just one bus, it's like 30 from all over the state for various tournaments. And it's like, how? I mean, to have a parent of a child who plays sports would be a lot.
It's a full-time job. Well, to be a parent's a full-time job. You're a chauffeur. You're a chef. And then, before you even get to the parenting, you're constantly driving them somewhere. But yeah, if they're into sports, especially a multi-sport athlete, it's life on the bus for the kid. And yeah, you're committed. You want to be committed by the time the 4 years are done. Yeah, it's long driving. Gillette's in the news about that hate crime thing. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I can't say I know much about that. I need to educate myself more about that.
Well, in general, there's hate crimes that are that make extra punishment for crimes that are already crimes. And Gillette has one on the books, and they're thinking about taking it off, repealing it, because they think it brings a bad, just to have a hate crime brings notoriety to hate crimes. And they're like, well, we don't want it anymore. And anyway, crimes are crimes. Yeah, so they vote. It's close. It's a tough one. 4-3 vote in the first reading. It's got to go through 3 to repeal their hate crime that is already on the books. Hard to get them off. Once something's on, it's hard to get it off.
Very hard to get it off, yeah. Well, we'll see where this goes.
What else is going on with you?
I was just researching before I jumped on your show, a missing kid. And this is his name's Justin Harris. He disappeared from a Casper group home in 2004. And the Casper police actually put out a release on it. And typically when that happens, I never cover those stories because everybody's going to grab it. It's just going to be a press release story. And then our editor said, can you look into this? So I am digging in. So I found some family to speak to. I'm speaking to the National Center of Exploited and Missing Children, which I didn't know has an investigative team. So they actually sent investigators to look for this kid back in 2004.
Where are they? Where are they headquartered, that outfit?
Very good question. I'm going to guess and say Virginia, but I think there's a second. I don't know. I'll find out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm going to talk to a guy from there today, which I found kind of interesting. And the last effort on this was 2011. So I feel like every decade or so, police will take a new look at the case. And clearly there was something they found that a new detective found, this is my guess, and they want to get the story out again. So anytime there's any kind of momentum from police, I'm there.
Interesting. And that's sometimes what it takes, like a new hire, a new guy behind the badge, new gal behind the badge, and they have a spare 10 minutes in their job. I'm sure it's so, you're constantly just responding. You're reacting. You're just putting out fires all day as law enforcement. But if you, maybe whatever, you sparks your interest. You see some old manila folder in the back of those old filing cabinets, you think they're still around, those big giant pieces of furniture. And some of them are wood and some are metal.
I love those.
In the very back, there's some yellowed out tab that's just yellowed with age, and it's like cold case 2004. You're like, that's interesting.
Yeah, somebody pulls it out, looks at it, and sees something that somebody else didn't see years ago.
Yeah.
And I will say this about Casper that I know. They are both the Casper PD and the Casper Sheriff's Office or Natrona County Sheriff, in my experience, do not like cold cases. They want that stuff solved. They don't like them sitting around on their watch.
Yeah, like do not like it bothers them that there's a case without a closure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. So that's what I'm up to. And just, looking for missing people like I do, Jake, at 6 a.m. on Thursday.
All right.
This is what I do.
Very good. Yeah, I got nothing else for you, really.
I've got nothing for you. I'm trying to wake up still. I mean, this is just a not robust morning for me at all.
Yeah, me too. It's a little rainy. I have to go to the dentist today. There's no reason to live right now for me. There's no reason to be excited.
Oh, how many times do you cancel before you go to the dentist? I'm a solid 3, and then after 3, I don't allow myself.
Yeah.
Are you like that?
You mean like 3 years?
No,
3 appointments?
You have to cancel it 3 times.
Yep.
I hate the dentist. I'm sorry, dentist, but it's just a miserable experience. And it's you never walk away with good news ever. It's like sometimes you go to the doctor and they're like, yeah, that number's good. You've done a good job there. Good job. At the dentist, I just feel like a bad person. I walk in there. I'm like, just tell me what I've done wrong. Let's get it over with. And then set me up for an appointment in a week with a lot of pain.
Right. Like, it's never going to be good news. I've never done it right. There's somebody who's just way more tooth conscious than I am. I'm like, I just need them to chew food, man.
Yeah, they're just utilitarian items.
My teeth are a Jeep, not a Lexus. I just need them to do the job.
Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to be helpful in a smile, but who smiles?
That's how I feel. And then to make your next appointment. I mean, how am I going to know 6 months from now if this is okay at 1:30? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if
that's
I'm
another
even
problem.
We good for May 14th at 1:30? Yeah, sure. And then when it gets to be May 13th and you get that reminder text or phone call, you're like, oh, geez, that's not going to work.
Especially when you have to go from your planner into the new year, then you don't have that planner yet.
All right. So Tuesday, we decided Evansville, you're a made up town. Thursday, Dennis, the ADA is going to call and say, you guys are not helping us.
No. And cancel. I mean, you've got three firm cancellations.
3 good shots.
In my book.
Like, this isn't going to work for me today.
Yeah. It's just. All right. We've figured it out again. I'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah, sounds good. Have a great weekend.
You do the same.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That's Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily, talking about missing people in a case that looks like we have some resolution. That's great. 2004 missings case out of Casper. Could have a ending to it. Happy ending to the lost dog. We're going to get to that. It is a happy ending for the cat, although it's disturbing to know that somebody would harm a cat. There are those somebodies out there. The majority of the Facebook comments on that story for the Cowboy State Daily, in fact, all of them, except for one. And credit this guy for standing up. I mean, most guys who make a comment like this dude made on Facebook, they either take it off later or they use a fake Facebook profile. This is a real dude in Riverton who said, hey, it's okay to shoot feral cats. They breed like crazy. They make for good target practice. I don't know what exactly he said, but man, did he got some blowback. I'm not going to say his name. I don't want to out him, but 99.99999% of people say it's not okay to shoot cats with guns, shoot cats with bows and arrows, or blow darts into them. All of the above happened to this poor little cat that's still alive. We'll talk about that. Cats, dogs. It's raining cats and dogs on the show today. Coming back at you in a moment.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. You know, they caught those thieves that stole a bunch of stuff at the Louvre, the smash and grab. They did catch them. $102 million in jewels stolen last month. The brazen thievery. And now we learn that part of the reason the thieves were successful was because surveillance cameras in the alleyway where they brought the truck and stuff like that some of the surveillance cameras were hacked, were turned off. We all learn from the casino robberies, Ocean's 1, Ocean's 10, Ocean's 11, Ocean's 86, Ocean. We all learned from that movie franchise, that the first step in robbing a heavily surveilled building is you got to knock out the cameras. You got to hack into the cameras. And you need that one dude. I don't know who it is in Ocean's 11, but I know that I can see the dude you need in Mission Impossibles with the short guy, Tom Cruise. Pig is his name, right? Everybody's listening now going, what are you talking about? The dude, Mission Impossible cast, Simon Pegg. That's the dude you need. Simon Pegg. I'll share his photo here on the interwebs. This is the dude that hacks the surveillance cameras. You need this dude if you're going to rob jewels at the Louvre. Or you could just guess the password for the whole video surveillance at the Louvre, the most famous museum in the world. Supposedly, an employee has said at the time of the robbery, the password for the Louvre's video surveillance system was Louvre. That's right up there with 1, 2, 3, 4. What? For reals. Maybe the Louvre thought that anybody who would be crazy enough to steal from the Louvre would not be French, because most Americans would have trouble spelling the word, much less saying it, right? If it was an American knocking off the place, you probably wouldn't guess Louvre as the password because you wouldn't know how to spell it. It is Louvre, just so you know. But yeah, the ABC is reporting at the time of the brazen heist of $102 million worth in jewels. I don't know if they recovered them. They caught the guys they believe responsible. I don't know if they did recover the jewels. But at the time of that robbery last month, the password of the video surveillance system at the Louvre Museum was Louvre. Oh, man. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like password. What's your password? Password. Those are your first two guesses, right? If you're Simon Pegg and you're hacking into the Louvre video and you don't do it the way Simon Pegg would, he would use the jumper cables. You know, he would solder, he would get in there and do some electronics, you know. He has to crawl into some kind of HVAC heating cooling vent. And then he would physically do it. But, you know, with jumper cables, with patch cable. Yeah, like I know. Don't I sound like a well-informed art museum robber? Or you could just guess the password, and your first three guesses would be password, 1, 2, 3, 4, or Louvre. Duh. And I don't even know if that's how they hacked in or that was a part of it, but it was just funny that was in the news. Which reminds me of passwords that are put on, for instance, a hotel or a motel. If you stay in like a 2-star dive motel and they have the crummiest Wi-Fi, you know, they have one router. It's in the office, and you're on the wing. You're on a room like 800 yards from the office. I mean, you can't even see it from there. So your router, you got like one bar on the Wi-Fi router. Yet that thing is password protected like it's the Louvre. Or no, apparently not. It's password protected like it's Fort Knox. And you're like, why? Who is looking to get on a hotel, you know, oh yeah, I'm going to get on the Rumors Hotel in Riverton, 2-star hotel with a 1-star rating. Yeah, I'm going to get on Rumors Wi-Fi and I'm up to no good. What are you going to do on a motel's Wi-Fi? What is the motel worried that you're going to do on their Wi-Fi? That they got a password protected with like a 14-letter combination, letter number. You got a couple of those things you can only do on a keyboard if you're holding down 3 keys and pressing a 4th. You know, the symbol for boron. The egg, the 0 with a line slash through. I mean, No one would ever guess it in a jillion years. And they change it like every month. Really? For your Wi-Fi? What is the downside? What if somebody actually uses your Wi-Fi? What if somebody has no Wi-Fi at home, some loser, and he pulls his rusting Chevy I'm trying to think of it like a crummy car. He pulls in his AMC Pacer, his Ford Pinto, into your parking lot for 12 minutes while he uses your Wi-Fi because he's guessed the password that's 14 characters long. Meanwhile, at the Louvre, where they have priceless collection of stuff, their password is Louvre. Wow. I was supposed to be doing the weather before I got sidetracked. Sunny, windy in Casper, 58. The high. Riverton, sunny, breezy, 59. Chance of rain early morning in Evanston. Clearing skies, 46. The high. A little bit of rain early morning in Green River as well, 52. Pinedale, chance of snow early this morning with your high only 44. Chance of rain and or snow in Alpine, highs 45. DuBois, chance of snow early morning before 10. In the afternoon, mostly sunny, windy, 43. Jackson, rain and or snow early. It's rain, I can verify right now. Highs 44 today. Just kind of a raw day in the west of Wyoming. Thermopolis, breezy, becoming sunny with a high 60s. Sunny and breezy in Cody, 56. Buffalo, slight chance of rain after 1-ish with gradually clearing skies. Highs 56. Sheridan, you'll top out about 60 with a slight chance of rain early morning. Gillette, chance of rain, otherwise partly sunny, 58. Newcastle, rain showing up after 2 maybe with highs 57. Torrington, windy, becoming sunny in the afternoon, highs 66. Sunny at 61 in Wheatland. High wind watch in Cheyenne till about 8 tonight. Sunny, windy with 57 your high. 50 the high in Laramie. Sunny and windy. And windy and mostly sunny in the afternoon with a high of 49 in Rawlins. That's your day weather forecast across the state. I do want to talk about cats and dogs. Of course, Jen and I's favorite stories. Before we dig into the meaty part of the news, let's have dessert first. Let's do that. Dessert before the meal. And the dessert is this happy story from Scott Schwebke. Believed dead in crash on Wyoming highway. Lost dog is found alive a week later. Just surviving outdoors, Wyoming, and you're a little dog. And I'm talking a dachshund, short little legs. Just surviving a week out there in the Wyoming wilderness. Impressive. We can thank a Wyoming couple and a FedEx driver for getting this 7-year-old dachshund back where it belongs. The dachshund's name is Chewy and may soon be back with his owner in Portland, Oregon. Not back yet, but hopefully soon. Here's how it went down. 11 a.m. Monday. Scott and Cody Allred, both 49 years old, driving to visit their son who attends Northern Colorado in Greeley, University of Northern Colorado. They're on their way there, I guess. So when they see this dog, I guess Monday, they're on their way to attend the son, and they see a black wiener dog catches their eye alongside of I-80 near Elk Mountain. This stretch of I-80 that's like, notorious for being nasty weather. Fearful the dachshund would be hit by oncoming traffic, Scott pulls the truck to the side of the road. He and the wife get out of the vehicle and they try to pick up the dog. The little dog was terrified, Scott said. I couldn't get near it. I tried to call him, but he ran off. Anyway, he didn't know his name, Chewy. He started chasing him and trying to cut him off so he wouldn't run onto the highway. Meanwhile, the wife said she was wearing boots that day, so she didn't help with the chase. These wives always have an excuse, right? I need you here, Cody. Help me out. Try to flank him over here. I'm wearing my boots, Scott. Oh, all right. No, I'm sure she played a vital role in trapping Chewy. She kept eyes on the dog and drove to the... Okay, so she was in charge of the vehicle. She got behind the wheel of the truck and made sure that dog did not get back out onto I-80. Scott finally corralled the dog. He said the only reason he caught him is that dog's little legs gave out. That's what he said. His little legs gave out. But man, was he fast while he was running. Poor Chewy. You know, he's got short little dachshund legs. So, yeah, he's running away. But this is after he's already spent a week in the wild. So, Chewy was pretty much out of gas. The tank was empty. He made an attempted escape, scared out of his mind. And then finally, Scott grabbed him when he fell over, just tired. Put a collar on him, got him grabbed up, put him in the truck. And then here's where I don't understand the part of the story. They're on their way to visit their son at college. And no doubt the son is waiting, looking at his clock going, where are mom and dad? Yeah, no doubt. He's at a college frat party. Maybe. The Allreds, on the way there, though, take a detour. They drive into Laramie and they find a vet. The vet scans, and sure enough, there's a microchip embedded beneath the neck of the skin of the dog's neck. They determine Chewy belongs to a 33-year-old named Amanda Lohr of Kokomo, Indiana. They contact Amanda and she says, yes, me and my boyfriend were on I-80 about a week ago. I lost my job recently, and we were traveling from Kokomo, Indiana, there's a town for you, to Portland, Oregon. And we got in a terrible accident. This is on October 24th, about 6:30. She said we were driving a Buick Century, and we were trying to pass a truck, or a truck was passing them. They were struck by a semi-truck as it attempted to pass. Oh, okay. I hope that trucker speaks English. Their Buick ended up rolling 3 times, crashed into a ditch. They had Chewy and they had a cat as well. The cat sustained such injuries it had to be put down. The dog, they assumed, was just gone. They couldn't find it. Laura was injured, taken by ambulance to a hospital in Rawlins. The boyfriend sustained such a bad neck fracture, he was airlifted to a hospital in Casper. So neither were on site to even deal with the animals. The cat was found and had to be euthanized. The dog, who knows? In fact, she said, I figured the dog was eventually run over on the highway, but not so. More than a week later, she gets the phone call saying, we got your dog Chewy. She was pretty happy. So were her kids. I guess she's got a couple of kids that were really having a tough time with the loss of the dog Chewy. And then along comes Kenny Coombs. He's a long-haul trucker for FedEx, makes several trips a week between Salt Lake City and Scottsbluff, Nebraska. He had also spotted Chewy on occasion before the Allreds captured him. And Combs found out, I think on the Facebooks. Yeah, a friend tagged him on Facebook saying, hey, isn't this the dog you see on I-80 that's running around for the last week? And he's like, yeah, I think it is. He gets in touch with the people that found the dog. He gets in touch with the owners. And he is hoping to arrange a fellow FedEx trucker who makes a run to Portland to deliver the dog to Amanda Lore in Portland. So, man, how it all worked out for little Chewy, this 7-year-old dachshund. So fortunate that Chewy's got 9 lives, or at least 2. Yeah, living on borrowed time, Chewy. He's hopefully on his way to Portland. What a great story from Scott Schwebke. All's well that ends well with animals. Let's talk about the cat story, because this one has a little more tragedy to it, but a nice ending. This story by Renee Jean. Miracle cat survives being impaled by a blow dart and shot with a gun. Yellow-orange tabby stray, Platte County, Wyoming. The cat's been named Lucky. It's a feral cat. It's a wild cat. And Linda Fabian is the one that found him. Linda says that she's been noticing a small colony of cats near Wheatland. And she occasionally feeds them. She's been watching them. You know, the kind of feral cats that they live together, but they're all, pretty wild. You can't touch them. You can't really get near them. But she'll leave them food when she can. And she noticed one of the cats in the colony was limping one day. So she set out to try to capture it. She worked with Critters, Inc., Megan Lusinski, and she tried to capture the limping cat. And I think they ended up catching that, but they also caught 2 more. They caught 3 in total. They must use some kind of trap or something. And the cat that was limping, I don't know what happened with that, but one of the cats they caught incidentally was this orange one. And they noticed they had a wound on it. So they brought them all to the vet, and they had the vet check out the limping cat. They had the vet check out the orange cat with a hole in it. And the vet looked at the wound and said, yeah, there is a hole here the size of a pencil. It looks like it's already healing, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. Yet the vet had this gut feeling about the wound. The vet said, I just didn't feel right about it. She decided to x-ray the cat and found out something truly shocking, jaw-dropping, Renee says. Megan, the vet, said she saw in the x-ray a large arrow-shaped piece of metal lodged inside the cat. Within its rib cage, it had gone right between its heart and lungs, about 5 inches long, Megan Fabian said. Oh, just grow. We have the x-ray here that will share the photo. If you get a chance, or you're listening on radio, or you're not enjoying the visuals of the show, go back, check out the archives. We're on YouTube, Facebook, X, cowboystatedaily.com, archive there. A lot of ways you can see the video, or you can just go to the story when you get a chance. Again, it's Renee Jean's Miracle Cat Survives Being Impaled by Blow Dart and Shot with a Gun. The video shows this, 5-inch long blow dart inside the cat. Gross. There's the dart when they pulled it out. Cat's all patched up. So, this is a feral cat brought in by a animal lover. So who's got the money to fund this? Actually, the vet took it upon herself. She's like, well, this is super costly. I doubt the cat will even survive this. But you know what? This cat's he's so tough. He's shown a will to live. I'm going to try it. We're going to call him Lucky, and we're going to try to put him on the table, see if we can get it out. And they did hour-long surgery. They were able to remove that blow dart. They left the bullet in the cat. That would have been too dangerous to try to pull it out. And they patched the cat up, and very quickly after the surgery, the cat was sitting up and asking for food. The cat's name is Lucky. Hopefully it could be adopted, although both the Good Samaritan cat lover, Linda Fabian, and the vet do notice that the cat has a bit of an attitude. I mean, this is a feral cat. and it's never been handled. And they said, yeah, he hisses a lot. He's kind of angry with the world. The cat is hanging out with Lucinski now of that Critters outfit. And Fabian said the last time I spoke to her, she said that cat's still kind of pissed off. The cat hisses and growls, but he is eating and he's getting exercise, but he's not very nice. He may never be nice, and you could understand why. Who did it? Linda Fabian says, I think I may have a suspect in mind. She said, there was a neighbor who moved away. Some people have informed me that that might be the guy. And she did have police come to her house, and she said the police were gracious. 2 officers came to my building where she works, I guess, talked to me, filed a report. I had someone who had given me a name of a potential suspect who was, and the reason they thought about this guy was, I guess they found some similar blow darts that turned up in neighbors' tires. So perhaps this ex-neighbor was blowing blow darts into people's tires, shooting cats with it, whatever. But he has since moved away, so the cops probably not following that up, says Linda Fabian. But the story so far with a happy ending, the cat may have some long-lasting arthritis issues with a bullet in it, says the vet, but the cat will make a full recovery. Now it's just a matter of being patient enough to deal with the hissing, the growling, because it's not a happy cat right now. And yeah, everybody on the Facebooks reacting how you would think. Everybody saying, what is wrong with people? I'm just paraphrasing the primary response on Facebook for the Cowboy State Daily story regarding this cat. What is wrong with people? That's pretty much the consensus, with the exception of one guy who I will not name. I want to see if his post is still there. It was one guy who had the audacity. Give him credit. He used his real name, I'm assuming. His Facebook profile appears real. He lives in Riverton, and that's all I'll disclose. But he did say cats are legal to shoot with anything if they're 100 yards away or more from a dwelling or property. I didn't know that. I don't know that that is true or a law. That's just this guy saying that. Cats are legal to shoot. And I'm just thinking, dude, read the room. This is a story about a cat that got darted and shot and somehow has survived through the kindness of the person that found him, the kindness of the vet who donated her time and operated. And your comment on this story is cats are legal to shoot. Gotta say, dude, man, read the room. These are the same people, same kind of people making derogatory posts in the death of Dick Cheney or on the death of Charlie Kirk. Now's not the time kind of posts. Like, you may have your opinion on somebody, but they've just died. They have family, have people mourning their loss. Someday you're going to die. Is this really what you want? People commenting on you. It's the golden rule. Do unto others. Come on. That's in the news today as well. People who are making those kind of negative posts about Dick Cheney. Now is not the time. I don't know if there's ever a time. Just pause before you open your mouth or put your fingers on the keyboard. And similarly, this guy, cats are legal to shoot. Feral cats kill everything and breed like crazy. Good on you, he says. The only thing I would say different is they should have used a bigger broadhead on the dart. It works well for me. Oh, man. I mean, it's just rubbing it in, right? It's just turning the screws. It's just putting salt on the wound. Like, dude, really? Do you want to invite that kind of hate you're going to get? You don't need to throw shade on this story. He was the rare exception. 409 engagements on the Facebook, 52 comments, 53 now. Yep, just added one. And the sole comment being negative. The rest of them are like, what is wrong with people? 2 stories on aminals. Did the cat story do better than the dog story? Let's find out. 409 impressions on the Facebook cat response. And for the Dachshund that was recovered with the microchip on Interstate 80, that story, 3,500. Wow. So yeah, way more dog people. Yeah. Although different kind of stories, you know, why would someone hurt a cat? Why would somebody injure a cat, shoot at it, and then what happened to the cat? That's going to be reasons why you're going to click on that story, right? Like, oh, people suck. I wonder if the cat's okay. Click. Or believed dead in crash on Wyoming highway. Lost dog found alive a week later. That got clicked. Click, click, click. 3,500 reactions on that story, 64 comments, 181 shares. Well, by far, animals rule the day this morning on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd?
He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. And yeah, the reminder from Christine, it's a feral cat. It destroys birds. True. I got a cat that's I want to say half feral, but not really. It's pretty domesticated, but he kills birds. And he's punished for doing so. I yell at him, spank him. His success rate with birds is not terrific. He kills way more mice. But he does kill birds. And I acknowledge that, and I think it's something that is worth noting. As Christine says, cats do take their share of birds. And it's just something you got to ask yourself, A, can I live with that? Cats kill stuff. Mice, not wanted by most of us, so we say okay with that. And when they kill a bird, what do we say to that? Pretty much not good, right? But cats kill stuff. And it's something you live with if you're going to be a cat person. If you're not a cat person, you have to ask yourself, what do you do when the cat does kill a bird? Shoot it with an arrow, a blow dart, a .22? Poison it? I don't know. Yeah, cats kill stuff. They kill birds. They kill mice. That's what they do. I appreciate the cat for being the one animal domesticated yet retains most of its wildness. There's been tons of studies on that. I don't know what you call it. It's instinct. It's not its DNA, but you know, the dog, the dachshund Chewy that was rescued, he's so far removed from his ancestors, the wolf. So far. He's got short little legs, and despite the fact he did survive a week in the wild in Wyoming, he's lost so much of the instincts of the wolf, where he's descended from. Whereas the cat retains almost all of its wildness. The cat does. Even your average lap-warming, fuzzy cat, it's still inherently inside a wild animal like a wild cat. Very much, it does very much the same things, has the same killer instinct. That part, I think, is pretty cool about a cat, how it continues to be pretty wild. Even though it will meow at 3:30 in the morning for a can of tuna. And you say, well, how wild is that? He seems pretty domesticated. This is how he eats now. Meowing until you wake up. But they do remain pretty wild. Sorry. Well, I want to get to the story about the Gillette City Council. They voted 4-3 Tuesday meeting to repeal a hate crime that they've had on the books. It's a hate crime ordinance. That was the first reading. 2 more readings for the repealing to become effective. And there were very strong arguments on both sides of the case. I want to dive deep into this and talk about, the hate crime thing in Gillette. I also want to give a heads up for our next guest. We got Terrence Bradford's going to jump in here as our first guest next hour. And Terrence has a brand new TV reality show. I mean, brand new. It hasn't dropped yet. It's still in production, still in casting calls, but hopefully you'll see it one day soon. A brand new TV reality competition show, all centered around Terrence Bradford's notion of a check for life. How to set yourself up with a check, like a paycheck for life. And especially in light of some of the headlines we're seeing, like 93% of Americans struggling to save for a house. That home purchase, your first home, the true American dream is out of reach for many of us. Why is that? And why are so many people struggling in this K-shaped economy. We'll talk all about that and what Terrence Bradford is doing about it with the TV show and his whole movement, A Check for Life. We'll talk to him first thing next hour. That'll be interesting. For now, though, we is out of time this hour. We'll pick up the discussion right after top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. See you in just minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. While Wyoming's stretch of Interstate 80 is currently in good shape, maintenance is key. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that the maintenance, it's an expensive proposition for the upkeep of this busy stretch of an interstate.
Estimates from the Wyoming Department of Transportation, or WYDOT, say that it could cost over $1 billion to completely reconstruct the entirety of I-80 as it stretches across Wyoming. While the road is in good condition currently, this doesn't mean that in the future it may need to be reconstructed, given the fact that WYDOT is facing a projected $400 million budget shortfall. This has forced the department into what it calls a preservation mode.
Those numbers translate into costing $2.6 million per mile to rebuild, and that doesn't include the costs associated with passing lanes, ramps, and bridges. After surviving a crash and a week alone in the Wyoming wilderness, a dachshund named Chewy was found by a couple and traced back to his relieved owner in Oregon. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports on how this wiener dog will be reunited with its grateful owner.
Come to find out that about a week or so later, a couple were driving on I-80 and spotted this little dachshund, decided to try to rescue it. Took a while to corral it. They finally got the dog, had no tags. They took it to Laramie to a humane society, and they scanned the tags, found out the identity of the dog and the woman, and contacted her. The dog doesn't seem to be hurt, and now there's an effort that's going to take place where a FedEx driver that's also been involved in this has arranged for the dog to be delivered to the woman.
Kenny Coombs, a long-haul trucker for FedEx who makes several trips a week between Salt Lake City and Scottsbluff, Nebraska, tells Cowboy State Daily that he was surprised when a friend tagged him in a Facebook post from Cody detailing Chewy's rescue. He has arranged for a fellow FedEx employee to deliver the dog to its owner in Portland, Oregon. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Do you have tired, heavy, aching, swollen, and painful legs? Find relief with Wyoming's only IAC-accredited vein facility, Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA. Our Casper-based interventional radiologists and physician assistants specialize in the diagnosis and treatment of painful varicose veins. With virtually no downtime and minimal risks, WIVA offers the best solution for your painful veins. Schedule a consultation at 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After the death of Vice President Cheney and conservative influencer Charlie Kirk, people have mocked them and left hateful messages all over social media. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming pastors are saying this behavior is not condoned in the Bible.
I talked to 3 Wyoming pastors who range from quite on the left to quite on the right to just generally conservative. And they all were like, there's not an occasion for this in the Bible. There's no one pure enough to spit on someone else's grave.
Scott Clem is a member of the Campbell County Commission, and he tells Cowboy State Daily that it's pretty dehumanizing when we attack people after their death, and especially right upon their death. Cows across Wyoming might soon be corralled by electronic collars that vibrate to tell them where to go or shock them when they stray. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines introduces us to virtual fencing.
If you've been to maybe an upscale neighborhood and you see that people have dogs, but they don't have a physical fence around their house, they have a collar on the dog with perimeter control. It's the same thing, but just scaled up for cattle. And what's interesting about this, or what's exciting about this from a Wyoming point of view, is that fencing is a huge topic when it comes to wildlife, because there might be fences across wildlife migration routes or across routes where deer travel regularly between bedding areas and feeding areas and watering areas. And so there is a concern about fencing impeding wildlife movement.
3 Sheridan area ranches this year tried virtual fencing through a pilot program sponsored by the Sheridan Community Land Trust. One rancher tells Cowboy State Daily he's so pleased with the results, he's ordered more collars to run 400 cows with virtual fencing. And the Rockefeller family has owned a remote retreat with unparalleled Grand Teton views going on half a century now. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that property's up for sale for just under $13 million.
You've got the view of the Grand Tetons is just unparalleled. You got an outdoor swimming pool, which outdoor swimming pools in Jackson Hole are very rare. The house itself was designed by some hoity-toity architect. He was well known for his timeless designs.
The reason the Rockefellers are selling the property is a reflection of the changing times, realtors tell Cowboy State Daily. Quote, the family is scattered, so it's hard to get everyone together. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Hey, good Thursday to you. November 6th. I'm a little ahead of myself. Tomorrow will be 7. All right. A lot of things happen on this day in history, and when we get to that, busy day on this day in history. Hoping we're going to be able to connect with Terrence Bradford, talk about his new TV show, which centers around just the idea of financing yourself better, the family financing. Can you possibly save enough money to buy a new home in this economy anymore? Home prices remain stubbornly high. There are several reasons for that, certainly. There's also news that a new report from ABC News is where we're getting the story. The new report released yesterday, by Federal Reserve Bank of New York finds that American household debt levels have hit record highs, and it's probably not surprising. Whether it's the mortgage, the car loans, the credit cards, student loans, or all of the above, a new record high, according to the data. Total household debt reached $18.59 trillion from July through September of this past year. That's up $197 billion. These are staggering numbers. I mean, you can't even visualize $18.6 trillion. But let's just say it's a record high. By far, record high. Household debt in America has hit a record high. We have never been more in debt than we are now. I was also reading the story about the K graph, and I thought that was pretty interesting. What did I do with that story? I'm going to try to find it. Yeah, the K graph of the economy, where you've got something zooming like luxury. That's where I can find it. All right, stand by. The luxury car sales are booming. Stock market soaring. Yet at the same time, there's lines for food banks around the block. how do you reconcile those two different things? Well, it's the haves and haves nots. It's the 1% and the 99. And it's what economists keep referring to as the K economy, the K-shaped graph, where one leg of the K is shooting upward and one leg of the K is shooting down and to the right. Yeah, and that's kind of what we're in. And I don't know how long that's sustainable. Oh, breaking news. Nancy Pelosi says she will not seek re-election when her term ends in 2027. That'll be a long time from now, but interesting. 40 airports affected by capacity cuts due to government shutdown. Government shutdown has taken a toll on air traffic controllers, which has affected flights, many delayed and canceled, and now to the point where proactively there are 40 airports named that will just go into a hiatus, into a shutdown, because there's not enough air traffic controllers and TSA agents to go around. Which airports are they? I guess we could go into that if Terrence is not here. And I still don't see him, and we're going to have to turn the corner on Terrence Bradford, I think. 40 airports affected by the shutdown. I don't think they include any major hubs, but they include some heavy traffic airports. Louisville, Memphis, Anchorage, Ontario, California, Teterboro, New Jersey. Many of these airports, by the way, do a ton of cargo. So I wonder if that's going to now start to mess with your Amazon purchase. I mean, it's one thing to have your vacation flight delayed, or, you're trying to fly to grandmother's house for Thanksgiving. But boy, if that package doesn't get here on Amazon, that'll really have us irate, huh? Boston Logan International Airport. Well, that's a major airport. That's affected. That's in the list. The list could change. It's not been finalized. The FAA working with these airports and the government, they're trying to shuttle around the remaining air traffic controllers that continue to work without pay, furloughed. Ronald Reagan Washington National, Denver International, by the way, DIA's on the list, Denver Fort Worth. So it is some biggies. LaGuardia, New York, LAX. I mean, it's all the biggies. Federal Aviation Administration's plan to slash airline capacity due to government shutdown could hit some of the nation's busiest airports, including Atlanta, Dallas, New York City, LA. They are on the proposed list. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced yesterday 40 high-volume areas that will have their traffic cut by 10% in the coming days if this 36-day-long government shutdown continues. So expect your air travel to be hindered. Once again, breaking news, Nancy Pelosi says she will not seek re-election when her term ends, which is not until 2027, by the way. I'm still worried about 3I Atlas, that meteor / UFO that's heading towards Earth. I heard it was going to be here December 5th or 6th. Then I hear other reports it might get here sooner, like November 30th. And again, there's more than one scientist that believes this is not only an unusually behaving comet, but could be a sign of an intelligent life. It's doing things, this comet, this meteor, whatever it is. It's doing things that make its behavior, its flight pattern, its orbit. It's doing things that make some scientists think it's a spaceship. The 3I Atlas still heading our way, and I'm still worried about that. And I'm among the majority worried about AI destroying us, mankind. 51% of us, I think. A new study was just done about what we think about artificial intelligence, whether we use it, whether we like it, and whether we think it's going to be our downfall. And I think reports show there's the K-shaped economy story I was looking for right when I don't need it. Yeah, majority of Americans, 53% of us, think AI will, quote, destroy humanity someday, a la Terminator 2, Judgment Day. A new study by YouGov survey finds real people, actual humans, are much more pessimistic about artificial intelligence and its potential to impact lives than other sectors like Silicon Valley, who parading in the streets over artificial intelligence, and Wall Street, which is right now zooming. It's the new housing bubble. It's the new tech bubble. I mean, anything to do with AI, whether it's NVIDIA or ChatGPT, anybody doing anything in AI, ChatGPT, Atlas, NVIDIA, the AI chip-making giant, their stock is going nuts because that's the future, artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, the programmers, a lot of jobs available programming AI, because we do kind of like what it does, according to the surveys. About a third of us found ChatGPT, for instance, helpful. 85% of us, overwhelming majority, have used AI chatbots. 85% of us says, yes, we've used AI in some fashion, in some way, and found it to be at least somewhat helpful. 15% of us say our experience with chatbots has been mostly negative. We found their input, found ChatGPT, for instance, or any other chatbot, if you ask it, 15% of us have negative. Not surprisingly, a majority of us think we can spot fake stuff. In other words, deep fakes or artificial intelligence has created, this is an AI-generated content. In other words, 55% of Americans think they can spot fake stuff, an AI-derived story that isn't real. The majority of us, slight, 55%. Here's what's interesting. 56% of us think that other people can't spot the fake. So it sounds like a lot of optimistic younger generation believes they know a fake when they see it, but they're afraid grandma doesn't. But the big takeaway, 53% of us, slight majority, believe AI, while it might be useful, while they have used it to success, believe it will destroy mankind someday. I'm in that camp. Yeah, I think that's how we go down eventually. Tell me I have the Zoom room open. Yeah. Well, I don't know what happened to our man Terrence. Perhaps another day. If you're a hockey fan, I wonder if Jordan Binnington, the goalie, was really trying to steal this trophy puck. Game last night, Washington Capitals beat St. Louis. And Alex Ovechkin, you probably heard of him, AO, the grade 8, scored his 900th goal, made his 900th career NHL goal. No player has ever scored 900 goals. That is a historic landmark. And the puck from that goal obviously would be a trophy item, right? It's like a home run ball. When you hit a home run and one of the fans catches it, and the fan can then sell it on eBay for millions. Imagine what the 900 goal puck is worth. So Alex Ovechkin scores the goal, and the goalie who gave the goal up, Jordan Binnington, he takes the puck, and it's obvious to everyone. You can see him, and he gets the puck out of the net. Usually goalies, they don't like to see the puck in their net. They either swoosh it out because they're all mad, or they skate away and let somebody else get it because they're mad because they gave up a goal. Binnington, you can see, reaches down, picks it up, and tucks it in his pants, like hides it. And I don't know if he was really thinking he would get away with stealing. One of the linesmen comes over, Michael Cormier, and says, come on, you got to give that puck up. That's a trophy puck. You can't keep it. He does look like he is, like he thinks he's going to steal this puck. Jordan, man, the puck's on the sports ball's on you, man. I don't know. I don't think he ever thought he was going to get away with it. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're talking a little hockey, Don Day, because you're making it the kind of weather where it reminds us hockey season's not too far off for Wyoming, if not here already. Little chilly today for some of us.
Yeah, the first of two cold fronts is coming through. It's about halfway across the state. It's a Pacific cold front, so the air's not too cold behind it, but we're going to see snow showers in the high country, a few rain or snow showers down low, and the wind's going to blow pretty hard in many areas today, tomorrow, and a good part of Saturday. The second front, Jake, that comes in late tomorrow and tomorrow night, that one's got Canadian air. So that's going to send temperatures downward, and it will feel like hockey weather this weekend. Nothing brutally cold, but certainly chilly.
No, because it looks like, as you said, we're not taking the direct hit of that. The Midwest is, I saw the big swirling cold front coming down from Canada, and it sort of splits Wyoming with a diagonal. Half of us will feel it. We'll get the edge of it, really, but
right.
Not
we'll catch the edge of it. And get this, Jake, there is a very good possibility next Tuesday morning, so put this on your calendar, that there will be parts of the Deep South colder than parts of Wyoming.
From this thing.
Oh,
yeah. So that's
we
pretty.
Can see. You know when they have it. You know when they have iguana warnings falling out of trees in Florida.
I'm not familiar, but now I am.
You haven't heard of iguana warnings
for reals?
For real. When it gets cold enough down there, they'll fall out of trees and land on people. It's a true story. That is not one of those Florida fiction stories.
Right.
But this is a serious cold snap that's going to hit the Great Lakes, the Northeast. They're going to have big lake effect snows in parts of the Great Lakes late this weekend and early next week. And so, yeah, it'll be in the 20s and 30s in Georgia, Mississippi, northern Alabama. So, yeah, so this is for, they start to get cool in November, that this is January cold for those folks.
Yeah, this is early. Remember that snow. There's always like a snow event that tries to make its way to Texas, but not until, January or around there. But yeah, early November, this kind of cold getting down to Florida. This is why the Walgreens impulse buy is the stronger umbrellas that can, for the iguana way, like for when it's just not rain that you want to keep from falling on you.
Yeah, reptiles falling is a thing.
Funk. Well, that's got every alligator in Florida licking its chops, man. I can't wait till those iguanas
fall. Well, the alligators
fall.
aren't going to move very quickly either. But yeah, so what's going to happen, once we have this cold snap this weekend, we're going to have another beautiful week. We're going to have really nice weather for most of next week. Then we'll start to get into the colder weather by the weekend after this one.
Yeah. Well, we're already living on borrowed time. You made it so nice for Halloween. Everybody enjoyed that. I saw kids trunk or treating in Lander, downtown Lander. They were going down as far as the eye could see. There were kids like 4 wide. in all kinds of costumes. It was so fun.
When did they invent trunk or treat? Because when I was a kid, you had to work, you had to walk, you had to ring doorbells, you had to just not walk up to somebody's car and open your bag. I think it got way too easy, way too.
You know, we're a softer generation, man. You know that. How long have parents been saying? I walk 5 miles uphill to school and 5 miles uphill back.
Now it's mom drove me 5 miles for me to get my free candy.
Right. To do the trunk or treat, I had to walk 1 block, and I can't even carry the load. Yeah, I know. We know that's what it's like. Hey, thanks, Tom.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. It's an iguana watch in Florida coming up in a few days. It's that cold front coming down out of Canada. I saw that thing. I don't know if they want to put polar vortex on it, whatever those, or cyclone, the bomb cyclone. I don't think but it's a cold front. It's a big cold mass, and it's just gonna skirt Wyoming. We're gonna feel a touch of it. But man, Don says it's headed straight for the southeast, and when that gets to Georgia, but you better hang on to your peaches. And when it gets to Florida, it's going to be raining cats and dogs and iguanas. Anything that slithers in Florida is going to be slithering a lot slower coming up in a few days. Cowboy State Daily weather forecast from Don Day. You never thought you'd see that in the forecast, huh? Usually Don says, bust out the snow shovel. It's going to do this, or this would be a great day to get on the lake. Rarely do you hear our weather guys say, look up, heads up, falling iguanas today.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, I watched the video again of Jordan Binnington, the goaltender, who tries to steal Ovechkin's puck. I really think that he thinks he's going to get away with it. That's so weird. Alex Ovechkin scored his 900th goal. Nobody's done that in the history of hockey. Nobody scored that many. So the goal itself going to be historic. Plus, Alex Ovechkin, apparently, I didn't know this, but he's made it a point to keep memorabilia. The stick he used to do whatever, or the jersey he was, the very first sweater he wore as a Washington Cab. Like, he keeps all these keepsakes, these milestones in hockey. So, of course, he's going to want that puck. And everybody else wants that puck for its monetary value, but Alex wants the puck. And if Jordan Binnington, the goaltender that surrendered that historic 900th goal, spent half the effort in stopping the puck that he did in stealing it, maybe he wouldn't be the guy who is the goalie who gave up the 900th goal. That'll be his claim to fame. Who is the guy who gave up Hank Aaron's 714th home run? Wasn't it Al Downing? Al Downing didn't try to steal the ball. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was Al Downing. Maybe. What is Al Downing famous for? Downing allowed Hank Aaron's record-breaking 715th home run. The home run that beat Babe Ruth's home run record was given up by Al Downing. He'll forever be remembered. So Jordan Binnington, you'll at least have that. You'll be the goalie who's known as the guy who surrendered Alex Ovechkin's 900th goal. You won't be the guy who owns the puck and has it on his mantle, because we all saw you try to steal it. He's shoving it in his breezers. And the linesman comes over and says, give me the puck. Quit fooling around. Most popular baby names for 2025 are in, even though the year isn't done yet. We still got 2 months for babies to get named. But new data by the Baby Center says the most popular baby names in 2025, same as it ever was, same as last year for number 1 and number 2 for girls and boys. Number 1, boys name, most popular. Care to guess? This will be a trivia question for Ask Abby later today. I always try to give her a sneak peek to see if she's watching or listening, and she never is. She misses the opportunity. If only, Abby, you constructively spent your time listening to me early in the show, you could at least get one right, because I always give you a sneak hint. I will ask Abby the most popular girls and boys name for 2025 according to new data compiled by some outfit called Baby Center. Sounds legit. Most popular boys name for the year? Noah. So was it last year. Most popular girl's name for the year, Olivia. And it's a return that we've seen over the last, 5-6 years. A return to some old historic names. You know, we went through the period where there were made up names. Names like, every girl in Wyoming was named Cheyenne. We had just like the coolest names that nobody has. We went through a period of that, right? Where every boy and girl had to be some cool name or unique spelling of a name. And it was original. Like nobody else would have this name. That was so important to parents for the longest time. But just recently, in the last, 3, 4, 5 years, there's been a trend to return to the old names, like Helen for girls, and, just James or Hank or Henry for boys or something like that. Most popular boys name, Noah. 2025 for the second year in a row. Olivia topped the list for girls. Coming in second, edged out, but narrowly, were names like Amelia and Sophie. Came in at 2 and 3 for girls. So, yeah, kind of old style names. Liam and Oliver. Oliver's, an old type of name, right? Oliver Twist. Oliver was number 3 for boys. Most popular girl names in 2025, Olivia, Amelia, Sophia. So anything ending in Ia, any name ending in IA, apparently. Emma came in 4th, Isabella 5th, Charlotte, Eliana, Ellie, Aurora, and Mia round out the top 10 for girls. For boys, Noah, number 1, as it was the previous year. Liam, number 2. Olivia, third most popular. Elijah. I mean, we're getting biblical here with Noah and Elijah in the top 5. Matteo comes in 5th. Levi, there we go again with the Bible, 6th. Lucas dropped a few spots to 7th. Ezra. Oh, come on. Ezra, number 8. These are all Old Testament. Are people like going back to the Bible to name their babies? Of the top 10, 3 of them are recognizable Old Testament names. Levi, Elijah, Noah, Ezra, 4 of them. Ezra, the 8th most. Do you know any boy named Ezra? I don't. I know a lot of Coltons and Coulters. I know like 1,000 of them. But I don't know any Ezras. Asher came in there as 9th most popular, and Luca as 10th most popular boys' names. I will re-ask the question for Abby later in the show during the wildly popular Ask Abby segment. I do want to get into, I just don't seem to leave myself enough time for this story because I want to spend time on it, but let's get into it. Yeah. We do have Jackie Dorothy coming up in a moment. The Gillette City Council voted 4-3 Tuesday to repeal an ordinance they had put years ago, not too many years ago. They had put a law, the council, well, I guess not too many, 2023, the council passed a controversial ordinance in Gillette, which would make a special crime of hate crimes. They had a hate crime ordinance on the books, as do other cities, as do, there's federal hate crimes, right? And whenever I hear this debate over hate crimes, the first thing I think is a crime is a crime is a crime. A victim is a victim is a victim. Whether that person was a victim because of their race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, ethnicity, national origin, ancestry, disability, or age. It's quite an exhaustive list. That is actually the list of things that would constitute a hate crime according to Gillette. If you do a crime on just a regular person, and here's the problem when you cast such a big net, when you throw such huge shade with your umbrella, is you've pretty much got everybody in there, right? I mean, I'm just a regular white majority, yet I feel like just the minority when you have a list like this. So if somebody does a crime on me, If somebody comes up and says, use SOB and stabs me in the gut, and they could get, second degree aggravated assault, whatever they would get, I would not be able to seek extra punishment for this dude because I don't qualify, I guess, in this extensive list of reasons why that guy might have wanted me to stab me in the gut. Was it because of my race? Well, it depends on what race the stabber is. Did he stab me because of my color, my religion, my sex, my sexual orientation, my gender identity, my gender expression, my ethnicity, my national origin, my ancestry? Oh, I hate your grandfather came over here and landed at Ellis Island. My disability, perhaps I have a disability. I have a speaking disability. Everybody knows that. Or my age. Yeah, I'm getting up there. You old people, you're the problem. All these things qualify as a hate crime in Gillette. And this is the problem with these ordinances and these laws is how do you include everybody? How you do an inclusion, DEI, in your list? Or whatever happened to just making a crime a crime a crime? If I get stabbed in the gut, I would like to think the person that did it is going to be punished, prosecuted for the crime, not necessarily the intent behind it. Because I don't want to ask Gillette City Council to get into the mind of the stabber and try to figure out why he hated me. That's a little too far. That's a stretch that I don't need my government doing. And that's basically what one of the people said at this. Catherine Hunter spoke in favor of repealing the ordinance. Catherine and I think, are like-minded. She says she believed this whole ordinance as emotionally charged. She said the city government should have the authority. And see, I think her quote is, and I did reach out and ask Jackson Walker, who wrote the story, I think Catherine's quote is intended to say, city government should not have the authority to define hate or decide which citizens deserve more protection. I agree. We all the stabbing victims are equal in God's eye, and we're all equal in the fact that we got stabbed. Catherine continues, crimes are already illegal, regardless of the victim, and enhancing punishments based on thought crime turns justice into subjective ideology. Yes, it does. I don't need to know why the guy stabbed me. I don't need to know whether he thinks I'm too old, too young, too white, too loud. I don't need to know any of that. He stabbed me. And here's the problem. When you try to add things to the hate crime list, which I have already told you what it is twice. There's so many things involved. The problem is there's always going to be somebody who thinks they should be on the list too. Dave Cox came to the meeting in Gillette Tuesday. He identified himself as a mixed race combat veteran. He said he faces racial prejudice and discrimination for being a member of the military. There are those who don't like the idea you served. Go ask anybody in San Francisco when the troops came home from Vietnam. There are some who don't like the idea that you once wore the uniform and pointed your gun at people. And maybe you'd be a victim of the hate crime. Dave Cox said there should be a stronger hate crime law that should include, and he adds, veterans, communists, atheists, and any other ists you can find. So if Dave Cox said his way, the hate crime in Gillette would include veterans, communists, atheists, gender identity, race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, and all the other lists, the laundry list I've already read. Yeah, everybody wants to be in the group of hate crime because There was a reason you got stabbed again. And that's, I don't know. I might be the minority opinion there. There were people who say that you need the extra punishment for hate crime. But Campbell County board member who came to speak, Campbell County Cemetery board member, he said the hate crime is appropriate, but believes it may have caused more hate and division in the town than Antifa did the year before the hate crime bill was adopted. This Campbell County Dean Vomuff said being lesbian or gay is your choice, but why should you be treated better because of your sexual preference? I think what he means to say is, why are you more important? Why are you making a list on the hate crime ordinance and someone else isn't? Yeah, I think we've all get lost in the whole DEI thing when we say, well, we want to make everybody equal and inclusive. And what we do is, if you really want to make lesbian and gays equal and included, then you would make them the same as everybody else, not elevated to the degree that a crime against them is worse than a crime against somebody who's hetero. There should be no difference. You should not see color. You should not see sexual or gender identity. You shouldn't see anything, anytime, and especially when you're talking about a victim of a crime. A victim is a victim is a victim. It's a human being with a knife sticking out of their gut. And I don't have to know why the dude stabbed the person. He should be prosecuted, regardless of his motivation. We'll be back with Jackie.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show moving along on a Thursday. Jackie Dorothy is with us. Jackie, congrats on the Thermopolis Boilers. You beat up on them Bronx from Burns.
Oh, we did. And even the JVs, or as my friend so called them, the scrubs got to play.
Yeah, the second unit got out there. A lot of points, a lot of fireworks. We were talking about that and how it could trigger PTSD type things. But that's if you don't know it's coming. The word was out that Thermopolis was going to be shooting off stuff every time they scored a touchdown. And the word was out that we were going to do it often, early and often in Thermopolis. And man, you did. Wow.
Well, if anything, what came out of that is we had a lot of support, and the majority of town is like, yeah, let's hear those fireworks.
Yes, because every time you hear it, it doesn't mean war. It means Burns is getting scored on and Thermopolis is moving on in the postseason, headed towards state title maybe. Oh, wow.
I know this Friday they're heading to the Bighorns, so
okay.
Fingers crossed.
That'll be a good one. Jackie,
really will.
Your story about yet another use for toilet paper. I know most people have an idea what it's used for every day. And then around Halloween, we have another notion of what it could be used for. But what about this? Under the hood of your car, you might find a roll of toilet paper. What?
Isn't that just the craziest thing? As soon as I heard this, I was talking to a guy and he mentioned that he had gone to an estate sale and this is what he bought. Started doing some digging and discovered that they're still used. And it makes sense. A regular oil filter is paper anyway, but it's flimsy. It's really thin. Toilet paper, it's really thick and it's going through all those plies. I show the pictures. That is just the coolest thing.
Yeah, I shared a couple. Let me share some more. Yes, it does make perfect sense. Now, it needs to fit in the cylinder, but if it does, it seems like you're getting actually more from a roll of toilet paper than you would from a conventional oil filter. Oh, my goodness.
I even found this mechanic that was looking into it, and at first he thought it was silly. Then afterwards he said, this is one of those great ideas that we're not going to do because people think it sounds stupid.
Yeah. Or because there's a pandemic going on and you can barely find a roll of toilet paper for its intended use. But it makes perfect sense to me after you see it. Yeah, your initial reaction is, oh, that's silly. And then even mechanics say, but my second reaction is, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I guess you change it out every 3,000 miles and it cleans up your oil and makes it look great.
Well, you sold me. I like this. Now, how does this I have to know. How does a story like this make it to your keyboard, Jackie?
Well, actually, you're going to love this one. I was studying about the 1908 race and we had a reader talk about it. So I called him. And instead of including him in the 1908 race, I found out he just mentioned, how you get to chatting. And he mentioned about this estate sale he went to. So that's how that happened. It was definitely one of the weirdest rabbit holes I've ever gotten down. But I'm always on the lookout for stories.
Cowboy State Daily readers can thank their lucky stars that Jackie Dorothy is so easily distracted when she's doing a story or interviewing somebody from a story, and she's always listening. And you're probably one of those who follows up saying, wait a minute, you said a toilet paper. Yeah, so let's talk about the original story, which is this 1908 race. What's this all about, Jackie?
So apparently what happened is that auto races, and at the time they were calling them automobilists. You think about it, it was 12 years that they had been doing races. That's it. Very new sport. And they decided, they being race organizers in Europe, that they were going to race from New York City to Paris. And they were going to do it in the winter with no roads.
Whoa.
Because they wanted to go up to the Bering Strait and drive across. That was the plan. You can imagine the disaster this was. 13 cars, I believe it was, originally entered. 6 actually only made it to the starting line, and 3 finished.
A majority were lost just getting there, right? Like my car can't even get to the starting line. Although, have you ever seen like some old, like the earliest film of these old cars, 1910s through 20s, and the roads they had to drive on compared to today? And I'm amazed they did it like kind of good, like the tires, and like they drove on stuff you and I would not even consider. We would look at it and say, I wouldn't take a rental down that thing. And that was just the regular road, and that those cars did it. I'm impressed with the engineering.
I had never heard of this race. And I was like, how did we not hear about it?
Right.
This is just, and Wyoming was part of the race. And that was what I concentrated on, was that section. And what was fun to read is that the Thomas Flyer, which was the winner, America won. Yay.
Yay.
Spoiler alert. But they entered like 3 or 4 days before the race started. America wasn't even going to have a car in this race. And at the last minute, they did it. And then the other competitors and countries complained because our American mechanic is the one that carried the day. They said, that's a new car that he drove across the finish line. Because they repaired it as they went. But there were no roads.
So,
there's places when they were doing it on prairie,
yeah,
railroad tracks.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an amazing race.
I'm sure.
And it did get us our roads, by the way.
They what?
They got us our roads because
yes.
America, Wyoming looked at it and said, we need roads for these people. And the Good Roads Club started that year, and it just started growing from there.
I did hear about that. In fact, years ago, I remember that the only reason I even knew about this race a little bit was because it was the impetus to get roads. Because when you have automobile enthusiasts, or what, automobilists, I love that, because you think about a relatively new invention. Primarily, people were still getting around on their horse, and they looked at these automobile guys as truly specialists in another area. Like they even knew how to drive it and wanted to drive it fast. Yeah, they were automobilists. They were a different kind of people. Now anyone who wants to drive fast is just known as a Wyomingite or a Montanan. But yeah, that's pretty neat.
I know. What was really cool is that they talked about them coming into Cheyenne, and he was driving over 70 miles per hour as he drove in.
No.
Yes.
This car back then?
Yes. He was able to. I mean, that's why they said something about that mechanic. And what I loved is the description, because it was such a huge deal. There was even a movie crew that came from Denver to film it, and they ran it as the extra at all the theaters.
Wow.
You know how they did the newsreel?
Yes, the news. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So they would have that running when you went to go to see the movies. But they said it wasn't a parade that they were expecting. You had all these people from Cheyenne Nights, as they called them, and they're waiting there for this car on 17th Street, and it comes roaring in. They said it was a race. It wasn't a parade.
Yeah.
They had escorts come all the way from Denver and all the Cheyenne. And these cars are equivalent of up to $500,000 in today's money. So it really was.
I'm looking at some photos. Is this this one of these cars? This one looks pretty souped up. Got chains on the tires. Let me share this one. But I can see the objection when they roll into France. France, by the way, makes one of the places that makes a claim towards inventing the automobile. Now, we can go down that rabbit hole, who really made the first one. But yeah, this, I would call it cheating too, when you start out with one junky car, just days notice, and then you got this whiz-bang mechanic who like rebuilds it on the fly. Oh, man.
Well, it wasn't quite junky. What Thomas Flyer did is it was a custom car that had been ordered. And when they decided they wanted to do the race, they grabbed the custom car and said, this guy can have his later. We're going to enter this one.
You got to
read. It's actually in Reno, Nevada. You can go see it today.
Oh, man.
A car enthusiast discovered it, rescued it, and got the driver to verify that that was the car.
Next time I'm in Reno, if I have any money left after the casinos, I will check this car out. Jackie Dorothy, Wyoming history. How Wyoming almost derailed the great auto race of 1908. If you thought driving the Bering Strait was tough road, nothing compared to Wyoming. And then toilet paper for an oil filter, yeah, might make perfect sense. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
We got to hit the news break. We'll be right back after.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After the deaths of Vice President Cheney and conservative influencer Charlie Kirk, people have mocked them and left hateful messages all over social media. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming pastors are saying that this behavior isn't condoned in the Bible.
I talked to 3 Wyoming pastors who range from quite on the left to quite on the right to just generally conservative. And they all were like, there's not an occasion for this in the Bible. There's no one pure enough to spit on someone else's grave.
Scott Clem is a member of the Campbell County Commission, and he tells Cowboy State Daily that it's pretty dehumanizing when we attack people after their death, and especially right upon their death. Cows across Wyoming might soon be corralled by electronic collars that vibrate to tell them where to go or shock them when they stray. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines introduces us to virtual fencing.
If you've been to maybe an upscale neighborhood and you see that people have dogs, but they don't have a physical fence around their house, they have a collar on the dog with perimeter control. It's the same thing, but just scaled up for cattle. And what's interesting about this, or what's exciting about this from a Wyoming point of view, is that fencing is a huge topic when it comes to wildlife, because there might be fences across wildlife migration routes or across routes where deer travel regularly between bedding areas and feeding areas and watering areas. And so there is a concern about fencing impeding wildlife movement.
3 Sheridan area ranchers this year tried virtual fencing through a pilot program sponsored by the Sheridan Community Land Trust. One rancher tells Cowboy State Daily he's so pleased with the results, he's ordered more collars to run 400 cows with virtual fencing. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Do you have tired, heavy, aching, swollen, and painful legs? Find relief with Wyoming's only IAC-accredited vein facility, Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA. Our Casper-based interventional radiologists and physician assistants specialize in the diagnosis and treatment of painful varicose veins. With virtually no downtime and minimal risks, WIVA offers the best solution for your painful veins. Schedule a consultation at 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Rockefeller family has owned a remote retreat with unparalleled Grand Teton views going on half a century. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the property is up for sale for just under $13 million.
You've got the view of the Grand Tetons. It's just unparalleled. You got an outdoor swimming pool, which outdoor swimming pools in Jackson Hole are very rare. The house itself was designed by some hoity-toity architect. He was well known for his timeless designs that stand the test of time. It's 8,000 square feet with 7 bedrooms. These are all, quote, ensuite bedrooms.
Now, the reason the Rockefellers are selling the property is a reflection of changing times, so say the realtors. They tell Cowboy State Daily that the family is scattered, so it's hard to get everybody together. Who in the Wyoming legislature is a member of the Freedom Caucus? Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that through a slew of point-blank inquiries this week, Cowboy State Daily has determined a number.
31 members, either from past reporting or interviews this week, evidence that they are not Freedom Caucus members. That's squarely half of the House and a majority of its Republican representation. 17 people clearly identified themselves as Freedom Caucus members, which is more than the website actually lists. 3 gave equivocal answers, things like, look at my voting record, or I wear a lapel pin, or I don't want to answer. And then 5 didn't get back to us at all.
The Wyoming Freedom Caucus describes itself as a group of state legislative representatives dedicated to limited government and protecting the freedoms and liberties of Wyomingites. It's also known for championing property tax cuts, pro-life laws, and transgender bathroom and sports restrictions. And while Wyoming's stretch of Interstate 80 is currently in good shape, maintenance is key. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that it's an expensive proposition for the upkeep of this busy stretch of an interstate.
Estimates from the Wyoming Department of Transportation, or WYDOT, say that it could cost over $1 billion to completely reconstruct the entirety of I-80 as it stretches across Wyoming. While the road is in good condition currently, this doesn't mean that in the future it may need to be reconstructed, given the fact that WYDOT is facing a projected $400 million budget shortfall.
Those numbers translate into costing $2.6 million per mile to rebuild, and that doesn't include the costs associated with passing lanes, ramps, and bridges. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Thursday. That means Mark Hines should be here. Let me check. Quick sweep of the Zoom room. Let's check the green room, or we've been holding Mark, and he's totally trashed it like all these rock stars.
Yeah.
The green room is ruined. He's drank all the complimentary beer.
Yeah, I know. I'm terrible, aren't I?
You are a high-impact guest, brother.
Definitely.
Your story about this big story of the day. Wyoming cows go high-tech, electronic collars, virtual fencing. We've all seen this, I think, with dogs. We know the invisible barrier.
It's gotten commonplace with dogs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think if I ever had the occasion to, if I had dog and I had yard and I had all those things, I would probably go that way.
I guess it's easier than building a fence. In that instance, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But can you upscale it to such a big degree with the cow thing? I at first wanted to just sort of laugh at this story. Having worked with cows, with bovine, and knowing how they think, or rather how they don't think, this cows is like dumb. Cows is dumb. They're some of the dumbest animals. Would they even learn from this thing? Maybe. But you know what sold me is you mentioned in this article about, I didn't even think about it. It would eliminate the need for all this fencing, or for a lot of fencing. Yeah. And that's good for wildlife.
Yeah, I think it's, just stress. I don't think we're ever going to 100% go that way. Like the one guy said, people are going to still want perimeter fences around their property, that demarcation zone between two ranches, or between a ranch and a national forest, or wherever the property line might be. But internally, pasture to pasture, it could be, it's working well for those ranchers in Sheridan, the pilot program they've launched over there. And I don't think this technology with cows is really horribly new either. It's just this where we're kind of, dipping our toe in the water here in Wyoming and seeing where it goes. But I think it'd be safe to say we're going to see more of it. Whether virtual fencing will completely replace, poor suckers out there building barbed wire, probably not. But It could make a difference. Yeah. And you're right. For the wildlife, that could be huge for wildlife.
I like the benefit to wildlife, removing those barriers when they're migrating or trying to get to water, daily trips. That's cool. There are limitations with this tech, though. It's just not going to work in some areas.
Yeah, if like they said, the rougher the topography, the more towers you're going to need. So at what point does it become a game of diminishing returns? But as I know, and I'm sure you know, building fence in rough terrain is not exactly a picnic.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of what ranchers find themselves doing in summer, in spring and summer, is moving the cows constantly after they eat down a certain area. You want to move them to another patch, and that seems like it's so easy. Like you just get on the app and you say, "This is the red zone." Like, I don't want the cows here; I want them here. And it's so easy. It would be really easy to do that. Now, here's another downside you bring up in this story. I never thought of this. Is once you teach the cows, like, don't go there, you're going to get zapped. Then how do you go gather in the fall? Because the cows will be like, I'm afraid of getting, anytime you go to move them, they'll be like, I'm getting zapped.
that could be, and I'm sure there's an answer for that. And as these folks in Sheridan County use it more. Game and Fish is leading a symposium on it in Gillette here, so it might be interesting to go to that and see what people have to say. And that would be a question to raise. Well, do they become so acclimated to one area, and having that negative reinforcement in some cases, does that backfire on you? And just see what people who've actually used this system, what they have to say about that.
And there's a lot of reasons to find fault with this pilot program, which Mark Hines explained was used in Sheridan County. And another one is cost. Now, I didn't think it was terribly, like, I'm picturing this and I'm like, oh no, this is going to be super expensive. The collars are like $70 a shot. The towers are $4,500. I mean, it's expensive, but it's not that bad.
Then again, so is fencing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, fencing can get into the, again, depending on where you're building it and how intensive it gets, I can get into the $20K per mile range.
Yeah.
So there's the bad news is there's no good cheap. Either way, you're going to spend money.
Plus,
and a lot of it.
Plus the gloves and shirts you go through making barbed wire, man. Oh, that stuff is nasty.
Trust me, I know.
Oh, nasty stuff. Okay, well, interesting story. Now, I don't think you mentioned in the story, but it made me think of other stockmen, cattlemen who are pretty resistant towards tech when it comes to the electronic ear tag. This seems to be a step in that direction a little bit.
I think the problem with that is that it was a mandate.
Yeah.
It was seen as a bureaucratic form of control. This is more, hey, if you want to do it, do it. And this is more of a practical, boots on the ground, day-to-day working tool. It's not, the ear tags kind of set some people's teeth on edge, because the perception was, oh, well, the government's telling us to do this, and and so that there was some resentment and pushback there. But I don't think this is that. This is, hey, here's a cool new technology. You want to try it?
Yeah.
So
okay.
And some guys just might go, or some ranchers, some ladies and gentlemen might go, nah. Barbed wire fences work for us for the past 100 years. We're not changing, and that's fine.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, Mark, your ears might have perked up when you heard Jen Coker say the other day, she was talking about perhaps a search and rescue effort for a 50-something-year-old cold case up in Misty Moon Lake. How could divers ever work in those conditions? How could even tech today penetrate into these cold water? How about a search and rescue trained otter from Florida?
Yeah.
Jen told me that. I'm like, no way.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense in certain conditions. I mean, obviously, the body they recovered just recently out of Jackson Lake, that was 420 feet down.
Ooh.
So that's probably outside of our otter's diving range. But you're right. In shallower water and under certain conditions, they'd probably be fine, because they're little water predators. I think, one guy I talked to previously called them water wolves, because that's what they are. They're aquatic predators. So, I mean, they're built to dive and look for things and smell things underwater. So it would only make sense that they'd be great for cadaver, detection in those cases where, the location of someone, sadly, the rescuers just can't find them and just can't bring closure to their loved ones. Maybe the otter could pitch in and help in those cases.
Yeah.
So,
and you talked to some law enforcement in Wyoming, and they're like, well, if we had one, we wouldn't discount it, but we're not going to go fly the Florida otter here.
No. Or they said, you're not going to have like some police departments and sheriff's offices have canine units where they have dedicated staff, and the dog is essentially a member of the staff. They wouldn't have an otter unit. They said, the practical way to do it, and I think this is the way they do it in Florida, is you have a person who is an otter handler, and they just do contract work for and that makes sense. It's like, how is a sheriff's office in Wyoming going to, dedicate a full-time position to otter trainer and the salary, and then you have to have the habitat for the otter to live in. I mean, for something that you might use maybe a couple times a year, if that, it just makes a lot more sense that if a private party has a trained otter, the sheriff's department can call them and say, hey, we need the otter, come help us.
You would contract that out like tech support to India,
exactly. Like that. Like have otter will travel.
Right. It would just have to be, one special guy who's got an otter, man. I know this guy.
Well, I mean, there's niche, to kind of get off track a little bit here, but, there's those weird animals that are in between. Like people say, what if a raccoon is tearing up my house? Well, city animal control is going to go, that's a wild animal. We don't handle that. Game and Fish is going to go, that's a non-game animal first. And secondly, we're not going to deploy an entire team for a raccoon. So they're in this weird gray zone where nobody wants to touch them. What you have in Wyoming is you have critter catchers, people who are trained and certified in contract, and they on a contract basis, they will come catch things like skunks and raccoons and otter. Maybe if an otter was loose in town, they'd come catch the otter. So there definitely is a niche market for people that are specialized to do contract work with smaller critters.
Or getting birds off runway. You hire a border collie or that falconer. And do some. These are all like one-off. You would not keep a otter, on your staff.
Give him a little badge.
You'd use that thing like once every 10 years, man. Meanwhile, he's on the salary. Yeah,
exactly.
I see that. I was interested in I was surprised maybe a little bit to see the attacks on ammunition. Did we talk about this?
We did. Yeah, we talked about that at length on Tuesday.
And I talked to one of your guys in this story who just on a total sidetrack, who runs that shooting range, the Auto Road shooting range. Is that right?
Yeah.
What a cool guy. We had a great discussion. We talked about what he's doing there. The whole pistol action shooting thing is so neat. So that was a chance for a story to become another story. He was a cool guy.
Yeah, definitely.
Had a nice chat with him yesterday. One story we haven't had time to get to, but I think we all know this, that whenever the time changes, this time of year, we just did the clocks back. It makes for darkness when there wasn't darkness, and we see numbers go up about critters hit on the road. I mean, deer get hit for sure. Plus,
that's interesting, and it tracks.
Yeah.
I mean, anecdotally or logically, it does track.
Yeah.
And there was a group that did a nationwide study. Kind of took a 50,000-foot view, and they said, I think they said 16% it jumps by the overall nationwide rate of deer. They focused on one species, deer, for the entire nation, and they said 16% jump, and that makes sense. Now, again, there has been no study that's specific to Wyoming, but a couple things we know in Wyoming is, number one, is mule deer, the far and away. The number one big game animal getting hit in Wyoming is mule deer. And number two, at least anecdotally, people can say, we do see it. There does seem to be a bigger rate of roadkill, in that when the time changed, because more, like I said, more people, those commuting times are hitting when it's dark, and
Yes.
then you get late enough in the year and people are driving to work it's dark both ways. They're driving to work in the dark and from work in the dark. And, a lot of communities, even if you live in town in Wyoming, there's a lot of communities where you're still going to see deer on the road. So it adds up.
Yeah. The increase in mule deer mortality because of time change, darkness makes total sense. Then you throw on the kicker, and that's these animals in rut and migration coincide with these time changes.
You've got the
It's like,
migration
duh.
starting to happen, and then rut. When the bucks just get dumb.
Yeah.
Kind of like you and I were when we were young, and you walk into a room full of pretty girls who just, your brain quits functioning,
lose our ability to speak.
Same thing with these mule deer bucks, and I think that's why a lot of with deer anyway, mule deer especially, we don't see hunting seasons that go into the rut.
Yeah,
because it just be it might give the hunters an unfair advantage because the bucks are distracted.
And now mule deer were particularly studied here. Deer were studied in this. But the difference I find with them and maybe other animals like a deer and an elk is the deer are more likely to do dumb things by the road, like run across the road.
That's a good question.
Bolt
I don't know.
into the highway where elk sort of kind of stand. Elk are bigger. And they don't seem to as much bolt onto the highway as a deer does. You're like, where did that deer just come from?
Yeah, that might be.
Boing.
Yeah, that might be an interesting thing to look into. That could be some kind of behavioral distinction, like just how they evolve to react to predators differently.
Yeah.
Because it all, with animals like that, a lot of it boils down to predator. Any of these behaviors you see, it's how they evolve to evade or make things tougher for predators. I like I said, I'm just spitballing here, but it'd be interesting to talk to a biologist and ask him that.
Yeah. True enough. All right.
Hey,
man, thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
Yep. Hey, you too. Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily, a story about firearms ammo tax. We talked about that on Tuesday, actually. The Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act, how that factors into taxing bullets and guns, and what does it benefit? Also, an increase in mule deer mortality is noted. I mean, it's a fact, statistical fact, that we see more of it when the clock changes because times are dark. And what about the high-tech ranchers using collars on their cows to keep the cows fenced in when you don't see the fence? Only the cow knows. Very interesting stuff. Mark Hines stories of the Cowboy State Daily. We'll take a quick break, come back with This Day in History. It's November 6th, by the way. We'll do it right after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you, too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I
don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Yeah, it's a Thursday Cowboy State Daily Show. It's also November 6th. These are the things that happened on this day in history. Primarily Wyoming, but if there were other significant events that affected Wyoming indirectly, we'll hit those. 1813, for instance, the Congress of Chilpancingo declares Mexico independence of Spain. 1813 on this day. I don't think that was the final decider. The independence from Spain, is it celebrated this day? I know Cinco de Mayo does not mean a lot to Mexico. They rather celebrate the country's independence from Spain. Is this the official day? Or this independence from Spain? Mexican War of Independence. A treaty was signed August 24th, 1821. Yeah, I don't know. That might be more research than I'm prepared to dive into today. 1860, this day, Abraham Lincoln elected president. We're still in that period where we're getting a lot of first Tuesday in November election stories. 1868, Red Cloud's War would end by treaty, although by this date it had really been over for some months, but a treaty officially ended that period of Red Cloud's War in the 1860s in Wyoming. 1886, George W. Baxter took oath of office after being appointed as the 6th territorial governor of Wyoming, pre-statehood. 1888, Benjamin Harrison elected president. I wonder if anybody called him Ben. All the old names of presidents, had the distinctive first name, it seems. Benjamin. I mean, today we would just say President Ben, right? But not in 1888. 1889, Wyoming's Constitution was adopted. The Wyoming Constitution, unusual for a state constitution in that it has survived with amendments, yes, but since its adoption, it is still the original Wyoming state constitution. Most U.S. states have replaced their original state constitutions. Not so with Wyoming, including the female suffrage, the right for women to vote. This day in 1890, the last troops are stationed in Fort Bridger, the last troops stationed in Fort Bridger finally depart. That's the official end of Fort Bridger, 1890. 1891, happy birthday to Vincent Michael Carter, U.S. Representative for Wyoming through the period of 1929 to 1935. Carter was born this day in 1891 in St. Clair, Pennsylvania. Graduate of Catholic University and World War I Marine Corps officer. Set up his law practice in Casper, Wyoming, beginning in 1919. And then 10 years later, would run for Republic Congress and win and hold that office through 1935. This day in 1900, terrible train wreck occurs near Ty Siding in Albany County. It would be the second accident to happen at Ty Siding on this day. We'll hear about a plane crash, I believe, that happened near there. But yeah, Ty Siding. I have a photograph to share of the wreck. I think I do. Well, maybe not. No, I don't. I mean, I have one. I'm looking at it, but it's this day, 1900, train derails near Ty Siding, and it did look like a pretty significant derailment. Also, this day, 1900, President William B. McKinley. Nobody called him Bill. It's always William McKinley. He returned to office, defeating Democrat William Jennings Bryan. This go around, Wyoming went with McKinley. Hard to say what Bryan. Never mind. 1906, this day, Bryant Brooks was elected governor. The Republican won in a 4-candidate race that included Democrats were the major contenders. The Populist People's Party was also in the running, and so was the Socialist Party. They ran candidates, although they received very few votes. But 1906, a 4-party race for governor was won by the Republican candidate Bryant Brooks, governor for Wyoming. 1908, this day, Robert Leroy Parker. We know him as Butch Cassidy, of course. He and Harry Alonzo Lonabau, known as the Sundance Kid, this is the day they were killed in that gun battle with Bolivian cavalry down in Bolivia. If you were to believe, there's still some folks, some flat earthers, who say that they did not get killed in that gunfight. That's how the movie ended anyway. And that's the accepted belief. 1908, on this day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid finally meet their end at the hands of the Bolivian cavalry down there in Bolivia. 1920, this day, U.S. airmail pilot John Woodward was killed when he flew into a snowstorm near Ty Siding. There you go. He was on his way from Utah to Cheyenne. His plane crashed near Laramie, a few miles away near Ty Siding. The 26-year-old Woodward was flying a DH-4 when the crash killed him. He was last sighted over Laramie itself. In his honor, by the way, Woodward Field was named after him at 22nd West and North Temple in Salt Lake City. That was the city from which he had last departed at 11:30 that morning. Woodward Field would eventually become what we know it is today, the Salt Lake International Airport. One day it was the Woodward Airfield, named for John Woodward, who was killed near Ty Siding when his plane crashed in 1920 in a blizzard. 1928, this day, Republican Herbert Hoover, nobody called him Herb, was elected president over Democrat Alfred Smith. 1928, this day, Vincent Carter was elected congressman from Wyoming on his birthday. Wow, that says something. 1930, this day, J.B. Oakey, a giant in the sheep industry and a relocated wealthy Easterner, died while duck hunting near Lost Cabin. That was his Wyoming home. Oakey's life reads like a soap opera. If you ever want to look into this guy, J.B. Oakey. I don't know if Cowboy State Daily has done a story on him, but he had a fascinating life. I mean, a big sheep herder, big rich guy from the East Coast. Had his headquarters in his cabin, a lost cabin, a railhead and lie site, stores everywhere, all named for J.B. Oakey. Significant guy in Wyoming history. This day in 1930, his death while duck hunting near Lost Cabin. 1934, this day, Joseph O'Mahony was elected Senate from Wyoming. He was the incumbent, serving out the term of John B. Kendrick, who had died in office the prior year. Paul Griever elected to Congress this day, 1934, Wyoming Congress. The very first broadcast of Meet the Press dates all the way back to this day, 1947, the first broadcast of that show. President Eisenhower won a second term on this day, 1956. Not surprisingly, Wyoming liked Ike for a second term. It was this day, 1962, Millward Simpson was elected senator from Wyoming. Governor Clifford Hansen was elected governor on this day, ending a period in which both Wyoming senators were Democrats. This day, 1962, by the way. Hey, darling, I am going to the county clerk's and I will update your tags. You owe me money. Yeah. What a day for me in town. This is why I don't like to go to town. I got to go to the dentist and I got to update my license plate, my tags. Yeah.
You mean my tag?
Fun day. No, I know your 2383 is your license plate number. Now everybody knows it. This day in 1981, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that the black-footed ferret, an animal presumed extinct, had been discovered in Wyoming. In fact, in the Meeteetse area, it would become the plot, the story impetus for C.J. Bach's first Joe Pickett novel. It was this day in 1981, black-footed ferret was found de-extinct, I guess. 1990 this day, Governor Michael Sullivan. We just had Governor Sullivan on the show earlier this week. He defeated contender Mary Mead in the gubernatorial election 1990 this day. And then finally, 2018, Mark Gordon is elected governor of Wyoming, an election that also saw Ed Buchanan elected as Secretary of State. Melissa Racinas as auditor. She's still there, right? Senator Brasso as Senator Brasso and Congressman Cheney were reelected to their offices this day in 2018. All these things happen on this day, November 6th. Let's take a look at the rodeo world, the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow with Will.
Hi, welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen. So good to have you along. Today, Taylor Moykins of Three Forks, Montana, on her way to her very first National Finals Rodeo in 2025. In 2024, she finished 16th, one spot out of going. What a heartbreak it was, but she has a different slant on it. We'll talk about the year 2024 with Taylor Moykins of Montana on the Road Show coming up next.
It's a bred cow and heifer special this Monday, November 10th at Torrington Livestock, Torrington, Wyoming. Highlights include the Fancy Auctioneer Roth Cattle Company bred heifers, 195 head AI'd to calve February 8th, and 75 bull-bred heifers calving February 10th through the 28th. Other top consigners include 7X Cattle, Ben and Haley Nolan, the Springfield Ranch, along with Cody and Pam Chrisman. For complete listings, visit TorringtonLivestock.com. And remember, you can always view and bid online via Cattle USA.
You've got enough to worry about. Cold weather, short days, and cows that need to hold condition through winter. Flaxlick Tubs by Smartlick Supplements deliver omega-3s that support pregnancy and fetal development, so you have more calves on the ground this spring. It's self-fed, weatherproof nutrition that works while you rest easier. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
what a year, and you talk about steps, right, Taylor? You talk about steps. You came up through those junior ranks, NRA ranks, high school, college, and last year you finished the year 16th. I was rooting for you, and you just missed out last year. Tell me what that feeling was like. Reflect back on a year from right now.
That was such a surprise then, too, just because I didn't actually really go out and start pro rodeoing until after the college finals that year. So I really only rodeoed hard for about 3 months, and to be where we ended up was way more than we ever expected. I was hoping for top 30, top 35 so I could get into the winter rodeos, but, the boys just kind of went, hey, we're going to do this, so you better hang on. And to even be a part of, what they call the bubble talk was pretty cool.
Huh. By the boys, you mean your horses?
Yes. Yep. Yeti and Lizard. Yep.
She's a former college world champion when rodeoing for Montana State University in Bozeman, and now a national finalist. Taylor Moykins of Montana on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yes, it is. And we're back just in time to take this quick break. And when we come back, I'm going to dig into national stories and international, actually, a story out of Sydney. Last time I checked, that's in Australia. We'll also look into Uintah County voters who defeated a tax. They said they did not want to tax themselves for a new community swimming pool and a bunch of other stuff. And we'll look at the very controversial thing regarding AI, deepfakes, artificial intelligence. When it comes to, I don't want to give it away. I think it's a mind bender a little bit. And we'll just scratch that topic, and we'll dive deep tomorrow when we have a specialist on, actually, in the world of artificial intelligence. It's fascinating. It just occurred to me because of a story that's in the Cowboy State Daily. You'll see. We'll do that. All that stuff coming up after this quick break.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Yeah, I should add to the list of things I got to do in town today, a haircut. Oh, man, I'm way overdue. Way overdue. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Ask Gabby coming up next hour. We'll talk to Renee Jean as well. We got still a lot to go yet on the Thursday edition, so you're going to want to stick around. Jelly Roll. Billboard is reporting that Jelly Roll was thrown out of a store, treated like a criminal in Sydney, Australia. You know Jelly Roll, right? He is I'm reluctant to call him he's not a country music singer, but he does have songs in country music. He's not really a rapper, but he sounds more like a rapper than Jelly Roll. It's hard to define his music, but he's pretty famous. If you heard him sing, you might recognize him, but more so if you saw him. You know Jelly Roll by the face tattoos, basically. I mean, if he walked down the street in 10 Sleep, Wyoming, you would say that's Jelly Roll. Everybody would know him. He's also, you may not recognize him because he's lost a ton of weight, apparently. He's Need a Favor is one of his songs. Son of a Sinner, big song. Both those songs, big hits. 3 CMT Music Awards in 2023. Billboard's emerging artists list, top 25 emerging artists. I mean, on and on. But Jelly Roll says he was treated like a criminal in Sydney, Australia, where he was removed from a Louis Vuitton store. And I'm not surprised, because if you don't recognize Jelly Roll for who he is, you recognize him for a potential criminal. Totally. It's the face tattoos, dude. And I know now you're a guy who could walk into the Louis Vuitton store in Sydney, Australia and buy the whole joint. Probably. But if people didn't know that, you look like a criminal. The face tattoos. He's got the teardrop thing going on, which is like prison, right? When you have the teardrop tattoo, that means you're in a gang or you're in prison or something. I don't know. But he does look like a potential felon. So in Sydney, Australia, some cashier in the Louis Vuitton store did not recognize Jelly Roll as Jelly Roll, had security walk him out. And Jelly Roll just had to say, quote, legitimately, they treated us like we were finna rob that place, which, if you're not hip with the lingo, means like we were gonna rob that place. Finna is the new merge of two words, being the southern preferred word for going to, meaning fixing to. We were fixing to rob that place, or we were gonna rob that place. When you jam those two words together, you get finna. So, yeah, Jelly Roll's like, we were disrespected, legitimately treated like we were finna rob that place. And the next part of the story is, obviously, right, he's got to go back in there with Richard Gere and do the pretty woman on him. Do you know who I am? He's got to go back to the It had to be some really snooty cashier. Can you imagine? To get the job as a Louis Vuitton cashier, you have to give the impression of upper crust. I don't know if you're really upper crust, or you would not be running the cash register at Louis Vuitton. You would be shopping there, but you've got to give off that vibe. You know, you got to be vibing like, I am so stuck up. I'm looking down on you, even though I'm working here at the Louis Vuitton store and you're buying like 3 pieces. I'm still looking down on you. That's the kind of person you need. And this kind of person, with all the attitude that I'll say she, could probably muster, said, ew, who's this? When Jelly Roll walks in. Who's this disgusting thing with ink on his face? These tattoos on his face. Security! And security throws out Jelly Roll, a guy who seriously could have bought the whole store 10 times over. This happened in somewhere in Sydney, Australia at the Louis Vuitton store, but it is totally the Pretty Woman scenario, right? Like, this customer couldn't possibly afford anything in here, and I'm having them tossed. And it's Jelly Roll. Now I forget if I even took my final break this hour. I get sidetracked. I think we did, right?
Who can you turn to?
Our final break this hour. Okay. Just double checking. I need another break already. Other story I wanted to get to that I think is very interesting. Riddle me this, Riddler. Are you really a perv? Well, you are a perv. But can we put you in prison if you have child porn images on your phone, but none of the images on your phone are real children? And I don't know why I thought of this, but I did, because we're talking about AI all the time and these deep fakes. And this Dale Killingback story that came out yesterday, Casper man gets 13 to 16 years in prison. He had 30,000 child porn images on his phone. The 49-year-old. He was asking for, he and his lawyer and his wife, he's married, were asking for leniency, and the judge, Kerry Johnson, came down with a swift boot of justice. And Matthew Leslie was sentenced to 13 to 16 years in prison. What he had was thousands, 30,000 or more images of child porn that included, and trigger alert, kids' earmuffs, included bestiality and sadomasochism. And Judge Johnson said, you know what? You're getting a pretty good deal with the prison term. No way are we going to consider house arrest. His wife asked for house arrest. And Judge Johnson said, from what I see of the photos on your phone, no way. In fact, the judge took a plea deal in part so a jury would not have to see the photos on this phone. The judge and the prosecutor mentioned shocking photos. Judge, in fact, the prosecutor said, Judge, no one has to be told it's wrong to download images of children tied to a table and abused by animals. Disgusting. Yes, sodomy of infants, all kinds of just horrible, horrible photos. So, 13 to 16 years in prison. But it got me thinking, what is the actual law you're breaking, and why are we punishing you? Are you breaking the law? Are we punishing you because you're pervy? or because the images involve children that were put in these scenarios. Like, who we would really love to get are the people that are taking these photos and videos, right? Anybody who is got a child or a minor who is coercing them, forcing them, whatever, however they got into some studio or got in front of a camera lens. Whoever took these photos and made the kids be in them, that's the one we'd love to string up by their toes. But what if there was no children involved in child porn? What if we get to the point where, and we're fast approaching this point, where all pornography, much less child porn, was entered into by deep fakes, by someone who does not exist? What if the next perv down the line, the next 49-year-old perv from Casper, has on his phone thousands of photos of child porn, but there are no children involved? Everyone depicted in the photos or videos of said perv's phone is fake. Is that still a crime? It's depravity at its worst. It's disgusting. But is there a victim? That, to me, is, whoa, mind blown, head exploded. I can't get my head around that. I mean, is that to each his own? Like, okay, that's pretty pervy, but if his wife is okay with it, whatever. Or is it a crime? Can a prosecuting attorney say it's still sick? Yes, it is. It's still wrong. Inherently, we all feel it's wrong. But if no real human being, if no real children were used, if all the characters depicted in a disgusting porn scene are all deep fakes, where's the crime? Where's the victim? And is there a crime? Claire McFarland could probably better answer that, because it probably is a crime. It probably, we have decided as humanity, civilized humans, that we don't engage in sexual acts with a minor as an adult. That is for sure a crime. But do we take any pleasure in seeing it if it is not real? I don't know. If somebody has a cartoon of this, let's say it's just an absolute cartoon, stick drawings or a cartoon, is that prosecutable? And then the next step, take it a step further, if it's all fake, if it's all AI generated material, has a crime been committed? Is it we have a guest on tomorrow that deals with this kind of stuff, and it will be very interesting. We'll have a chat with him about it. So don't miss tomorrow's show. That is going to be, is that Adam, I think? Yeah, Adam Hardage is going to be on the show. He's a former CIA ops guy. He's involved with today's artificial intelligence. And so he's perfect. Like, he's done CIA, he's done law enforcement, he's AI, he's all that. And I don't know, we'll just shoot that out there. It was not why we're going to have him on. We're going to actually talk about how this generation now, the alpha generation growing up, how it's going to be so incumbent on them to make guardrails for AI. This generation that's growing up with it now, it's them we're going to entrust with artificial intelligence and making sure that robots don't kill us. That's what we're going to talk to Adam Hardage about tomorrow. But I will throw that out there for him just because I think it's a conundrum. Yeah, we have a jam-packed show tomorrow, a lot of guests. But meanwhile, still guests coming up today. Renee Jean's going to be on next hour. And Ask Abby, the Ask Abby segment, always popular. That will be on. And we'll ask Abby the most popular boy's baby name of 2025, or the most popular girl's baby name in 2025. We gave her the answer just about an hour ago, but she might have missed it. That'll be the first thing we ask her, including today's trivia for Abby, which will be about teenagers. All teens, all the time. We'll see what Abby knows about being a teenager. She was just a teenager not long ago, so she should sort of remember. We'll also talk about the cost of rebuilding Interstate 80 if we had to, I-80. Can you imagine today's dollars rebuilding that stretch of highway? Impossible. It would cost and stick your pinky in your mouth, $1 billion. At least, bare minimum, according to Doug McGee, YDOT spokesperson. Yeah, a lot coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show this Thursday. And we'll get right to it after top of the hour news break for our affiliates. Thanks for listening and making us a part of your day today.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. While Wyoming's stretch of Interstate 80 is currently in good shape, maintenance is key. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that the maintenance, it's an expensive proposition for the upkeep of this busy stretch of an interstate.
Estimates from the Wyoming Department of Transportation, or WYDOT, say that it could cost over $1 billion to completely reconstruct the entirety of I-80 as it stretches across Wyoming. While the road is in good condition currently, this doesn't mean that in the future it may need to be reconstructed, given the fact that WYDOT is facing a projected $400 million budget shortfall. This has forced the department into what it calls a preservation mode.
Those numbers translate into costing $2.6 million per mile to rebuild, and that doesn't include the costs associated with passing lanes, ramps, and bridges. After surviving a crash and a week alone in the Wyoming wilderness, a dachshund named Chewy was found by a couple and traced back to his relieved owner in Oregon. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports on how this wiener dog will be reunited with its grateful owner.
Come to find out that about a week or so later, a couple were driving on I-80 and spotted this little dachshund, decided to try to rescue it. Took a while to corral it. They finally got the dog, had no tags. They took it to Laramie to a humane society, and they scanned the tags, found out the identity of the dog and the woman, and contacted her. The dog doesn't seem to be hurt, and now there's an effort that's going to take place where a FedEx driver has also been involved in this. He's arranged for the dog to be delivered to the woman.
Kenny Coombs, a long-haul trucker for FedEx who makes several trips a week between Salt Lake City and Scottsbluff, Nebraska, tells Cowboy State Daily that he was surprised when a friend tagged him in a Facebook post from Cody detailing Chewy's rescue. He has arranged for a fellow FedEx employee to deliver the dog to its owner in Portland, Oregon. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Do you have tired, heavy, aching, swollen, and painful legs? Find relief with Wyoming's only IAC-accredited vein facility, Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA. Our Casper-based interventional radiologists and physician assistants specialize in the diagnosis and treatment of painful varicose veins. With virtually no downtime and minimal risks, WIVA offers the best solution for your painful veins. Schedule a consultation at 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After the death of Vice President Cheney and conservative influencer Charlie Kirk, people have mocked them and left hateful messages all over social media. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming pastors are saying this behavior is not condoned in the Bible.
I talked to 3 Wyoming pastors who range from quite on the left to quite on the right to just generally conservative. And they all were like, there's not an occasion for this in the Bible. There's no one pure enough to spit on someone else's grave.
Scott Clem is a member of the Campbell County Commission, and he tells Cowboy State Daily that it's pretty dehumanizing when we attack people after their death, and especially right upon their death. Cows across Wyoming might soon be corralled by electronic collars that vibrate to tell them where to go or shock them when they stray. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines introduces us to virtual fencing.
if you've been to maybe an upscale neighborhood and you see that people have dogs, but they don't have a physical fence around their house, they have a collar on the dog with perimeter control. It's the same thing, but just scaled up for cattle. And what's interesting about this, or what's exciting about this from a Wyoming point of view, is that fencing is a huge topic when it comes to wildlife, because there might be fences across wildlife migration routes or across routes where deer travel regularly between bedding areas and feeding areas and watering areas. And so there is a concern about fencing impeding wildlife movement.
3 Sheridan area ranches this year tried virtual fencing through a pilot program sponsored by the Sheridan Community Land Trust. One rancher tells Cowboy State Daily he's so pleased with the results, he's ordered more collars to run 400 cows with virtual fencing. And the Rockefeller family has owned a remote retreat with unparalleled Grand Teton views going on half a century now. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that property's up for sale for just under $13 million.
You've got the view of the Grand Tetons. It's just unparalleled. You got an outdoor swimming pool, which outdoor swimming pools in Jackson Hole are very rare. The house itself was designed by some hoity-toity architect. He was well known for his timeless designs.
The reason the Rockefellers are selling the property is a reflection of the changing times, realtors tell Cowboy State Daily. Quote, the family is scattered, so it's hard to get everyone together. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Yeah, getting back to it on a Cowboy State Daily Show Thursday. Thanks for being there. Wouldn't be much fun without you. Hopefully you're following us on Facebook Live, X Live, YouTube, or the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. You can find it archived at all these locations, I believe. Certainly on YouTube. You can go back and watch it on Facebook for a certain amount of time. And you can enjoy the show on the homepage. We have a special section that's got every show we've ever done. And we're now a year and a month into this venture, into this adventure. And then, of course, radio stations across the state. Maybe you're got us tuned in when you're driving around, enjoying it on your favorite radio station, syndicated across the state. And then wherever, if you do the podcast thing, I've just recently started checking out podcasts that I like. Wherever you find podcasts, Apple, anywhere, we're there. You could download the show. Just type in Cowboy State Daily Show, and you'll find it. Renee Jean will be here. We'll talk about, the cat. I mean, her story about the cat is huge. The feel-good story about the dog is the story of the day. Oh, my goodness. Scott Scott Schwabecki. What is his name? He's like sort of new. I still haven't met Scott. We haven't had him on the show yet, but we got to get him. Scott wrote the story Scott Schwabecki. Yeah. Scott Schwabecki, if I'm saying his name right. His story about the dash hound that somehow survived a car wreck. A car that rolled 3 times. The dash hound Chewy survived that. And then survived a week running up and down Interstate 80. And didn't get hit. Didn't get carried away by a golden eagle. Didn't get eaten by a coyote. And that dog now is, thanks to a couple of sharp-eyed people and a microchip and a FedEx driver, the dog's now on his way back to owner, back where he belongs. By far, that story is resonating with readers of Cowboy State Daily. 3,600 impressions, 67 comments, 194 shares on Facebook. And Michelle sums it up. She writes, so nice to read a positive story. She also added that dash hounds, by the way, FYI, are tougher than they look. According to Michelle. Well, I didn't know that. She said a female dash hound once survived on a large island off of Australia in a remote portion of the island for 500 days after it was found alive. So dash hounds probably can't run very fast, but they're apparently pretty tough little critters. What do you think, Renee? You think a dash hound stands a chance a week out there in the Wyoming wild?
With winter coming on?
Right, winter, Interstate 80 traffic, coyotes, eagles. Yeah, little dash hound. But that story about the dash hound's doing really well today. And your story about that cat is got some hearts, tugging on some heartstrings, with the exception of one dude who says feral cats kill birds so we can kill them. I saw that. I was like, dude, man, he wrote that on Facebook. And yeah, he was not well received. But this cat, Renee, oh my goodness, who would try to hurt a cat? And I'm so glad we had the Fabian, Linda Fabian, is that her name? And we had a vet. A lot of people came together to save this cat, Lucky the cat.
I think he's pretty unlucky, though, in that, in the first place, getting hit with a blow dart and a bullet. It just goes to show the world's not a friendly place to the homeless population, even if they're cute and furry.
Yeah, this one's cute, little orange cat. But yeah, if it wasn't for Linda Fabian, who was kind of looking out for these Wheatland area rural cats, she'll throw them food every once in a while. And she noticed one limping, but that wasn't even Lucky. That was another one.
Right. It was a different one. And I should clarify, I probably should have made this point in the story, but what they're doing actually is they're trying to get all these feral cats rounded up and neutered to try to reduce the problem.
Yeah.
And so this particular cat was rounded up as part of that effort, and his wound was discovered, as they were checking to see, is this cat been neutered? Do we need to take it to the vet to get that done? They found that wound in his side and decided to take him in and look at that. And that turned out to be a much bigger deal than they thought. The vet thought that it looked like it was healing and might not even need stitches until he did an x-ray and saw that that little tiny pencil hole, it was the size of a pencil hole, but what it was hiding was a big, like a 5-inch blow dart that had been just basically shoved inside of this cat.
Yeah. So, big thanks to Linda Fabian, who first noticed. Big thanks to this Critters Inc. And that is Lusinski, Megan Lusinski, who is in on the effort to get these feral cats at least fixed so they don't make more feral cats. And how about this vet who could have said, you know what, there's no way this cat's going to survive a surgery like this, 5-inch long blow dart in it. But he said, what the heck, on his dime, I assume, on the vet's dime and time, spent over an hour in surgery, and they got it out. This cat is could be adoptable. Normally, they would just, catch it, alter it, neuter it, whatever, and then send it back into the wild. But this one, Lucky's got a special story attached to it. If he stops his meanness, they say he's not real nice. Well, who would?
Yeah. These cats have not been socialized. This is an adult cat. He's grown up wild. He's a tiny little lion, basically in your living room kind of thing. So, I don't, it's hard to socialize them once they've reached that stage where they're adults. It may be over time, that'll change. Cats have been domesticated for a long time, so they do have that as part of their makeup as well. But yeah, for right now, he's kind of surly. But I can you blame him? I mean, he's been shot at. He's had an arrow shot inside of him.
Yeah.
His encounters with humans haven't exactly been the nicest in the world necessarily. Who knows what else has happened to this poor cat that we just don't, there's no evidence left behind. Maybe he's been kicked and thrown around a little too.
I can't blame him for being a little salty, but yeah, I could get him turned around, I think, although I'm not volunteering, but just takes patience. I am a cat whisperer, if you didn't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You want one of my cats?
Yeah. How many you got? You got cats?
2. Yes, they were dumped on me by my ex.
But no, well, I don't know. I got the one. I'm still getting used to that. But I do appreciate the way cats retain all those instincts, When you look at the dachshund and how far removed that is from a wolf. I mean, that dachshund survived a week in Wyoming, but that's, statistical improbability. And then you look at cats, and cats are essentially the wildcat they've always been. It's amazing.
Yeah, they're like the little lion in your living room kind of thing.
Totally.
I don't know that we've really tamed them or anything so much. It's just, they've learned to fit in with us.
Yeah, who's training who? When any cat owner will tell you that. Oh, who's taming who? Yeah.
I have managed to get the gray cat. I can tell her to come on, and she'll leave the room that I'm trying to close the door on. I've managed to do that much, which I think pretty impressive for a cat.
That's something. Yes.
Yeah.
Because cats do what they want on their time. It starts out with, all right, we're going to have some rules. You're not allowed on the furniture. Okay, you're allowed on the furniture, but you're not allowed on the kitchen counter. Okay, you're allowed on the kitchen counter, but not when I'm cooking. You just make concessions all day long for the cat.
That's what I have a little squirt gun for. Any cat that gets on the counter gets wet.
Gotcha. Better than a blow dart. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't want to hurt them or anything. But Jake, have you ever seen? You can train cats. Actually, there's this pair of ladies, and they have trained the cats to do amazing things.
Yeah.
You can train them. You have to tap into their intrinsic motivations, which are much different than a dog's. They don't respond to the same things.
No, they don't. And that's the difference between dog owners, cat owners. I mean, dogs are just so happy to please, happy to see you. Everything about the dog's life is like, oh, I'm just so happy, tail wagging for no reason. Cats are like different to reach them. Yeah. But I have seen them trained. You're right. I have seen it done. It has to be done a different way. Perhaps with food rewards, maybe a little Dubai chocolate, but we already talked about that. I want to talk about this Rockefeller home. I have not seen this. I really am interested in checking it out. It looks so cool. But you in this listing, you mentioned $12.9 million listing. It's always Renee Jean who's got these fancy pieces of real estate, bougie pieces that you and I cannot possibly afford, but we love to live through and read it and just pretend. But in this case, you really do bring a ton of history and how the Rockefellers played into Jackson Hole, Teton County, and this whole area. Is really great story.
Yeah, I mean, like every home in Jackson Hole, this mansion, it is a mansion. It's 8,000 square feet in the main house with 7 bedrooms, ensuite bathroom. They're ensuite bedrooms, so called. What does that mean? It means you got a sitting room. It means you've got your own personal bathroom. It means you got a lot of space for your stuff. Some of them have kitchenettes, so if you're not feeling too sociable, you can just hang out in your room the whole time you're there with your Grand Teton views in the window. But that's like a lot of places in Jackson, though. I mean, posh places in Jackson are almost a cliche, right?
Yeah.
But so I thought what makes this place special, really, though, is this tie to history, the Rockefellers. I don't think many people know just how intertwined the Rockefeller family history is with Wyoming and Jackson Hole. And in the 1920s, Rockefeller was on vacation in Jackson Hole. He was visiting Horace Albright, then superintendent of Yellowstone National Park, was taking him around. Now, I think it's interesting that Albright had been ordered not to raise his concerns about development south of the park with Rockefeller. Rockefeller's on vacation, leave the man alone. Don't be asking him, your crazy idea about buying up all the land. Don't be talking to him about that. But so he did it in a smart way, though, bringing Rockefeller around to his way of thinking. He just said, "Hey, would you like to see something amazing? Would you like to see, I'll take you down here to the south of the park and show you the valley." And while Rockefeller's there in the valley, he is seeing for himself these questionable developments, dilapidated structures where people tried to, make a farm and failed and have left behind these derelicts. And Rockefeller himself is like all of a sudden concerned about all this development in the valley. So it was a conversation starter, exactly like Albright was, Horace was hoping. And, the rest is kind of history. The next year, Rockefeller forms a company, the Snake River Land Company, to buy up these properties in the valley to save it from overdevelopment, to, stop people from putting in their latest bright idea that then fails and leaves, a pile of junk in a beautiful location. It becomes very controversial when people discover that, Rockefeller was the one buying up their valley. People don't like it. There are public hearings to determine if he did anything wrong. Ultimately, he's cleared of wrongdoing, but it has so poisoned his donation. He's buying this land to donate it. So poisoned that the National Park Service wouldn't take it. They couldn't take it because of the controversy. Ultimately, like after I think a couple decades of frustration there, Rockefeller says, "Hey, look, if you're not going to take my donation, I'm just going to sell this to the highest bidder." I mean, what else can he do? He's paying all these taxes on this land that's doing nothing except sitting around and not being the park that he had envisioned. That leads to the Jackson Hole National Monument, uh, creating that, which is another controversial move. But eventually, as we know, the focus shifted to tourism. All the people who are coming to see this valley, I guess we see with 2020 hindsight how important that was to save that for posterity. And so to me, this slice of iconic history is really what this mansion is all about. It has the view of the Grand Teton, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at what the Rockefeller family worked so hard to save in Jackson Hole. And
yeah. And the pricey listing that we're talking about, the mansion, that's one generation removed. We're talking about John D. Rockefeller Jr., who did who bought up all this property, and him and Horace Albright saved what would become Grand Teton National Park. And many at the time felt duped, but many looking back at it would say, yeah, it could have been ruined with development, and time has eased that kind of controversy. But it's Lawrence Rockefeller, the son, who that little strip of gateway between Yellowstone and Grand Teton is named for. A lot of people don't even know that.
Yeah. And he also donated a 1,100 acre parcel in Grand Teton, which is now a wildlife area.
Yeah.
And so, and while he was in Jackson Hole tootling around, in Coulter Bay, he honeymooned there. He built a hotel there. He built a home there. But he also had time to create this Valley Ranch, which is for sale. And the Rockefeller family retreat, that was created by Lawrence as well.
Yeah, pretty cool place. And it looks really neat. It doesn't look like today's giant lodgepole pine interior stuff. You could tell it's older, and the architect is supposedly somebody pretty notable and fancy, but it looks nice. I wouldn't mind having it, for $13 million.
Yeah, I think anybody would want to live there. This is the style is mid-century modern. So, it's got classic lines, timeless lines. You're using, warm, clear cedar wood throughout, wood floors. I think this style is going to be in style for a long, long time. I can't imagine it ever going out of style, really.
Yeah, Mercedes Huff has the listing. I know her and her daughter. They'll do right by it. And that clear cedar wood look, it never goes out of style. And in fact, I think it's fashionable again now, and it's really hard to find. So yeah, it's a unique listing with a ton of history, which Renee brings to life. Very cool. Renee, have a great weekend.
All right, you too.
All right, Ask Abby segment coming up right after this quick break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey,
How you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's Ask Abby. And the first thing we have to ask Abby is, were you in the Wheatland area on the night that poor little orange cat got shot with a blow dart?
No. You think I would shoot a cat?
You don't like cats.
I don't like cats, but I don't shoot stuff.
You're all right. Well, I'm not sure we can take you off the suspect list.
I don't own a blow dart gun.
Okay.
So, sorry.
I hope you were listening earlier because, as I always do on Thursdays early in the show, I give you a hint as to what one of the questions is going to be. So it's a slam dunk that you could answer this and get it right because I already told you the answer.
Well, I wasn't listening, so I won't get it.
I won't get it. You already know. The place called the Baby Center released the most popular baby names for boys and girls in 2025. We'll give it to you if you can get any of the names in the top 10, but do you happen to know what is the most popular boy name this year or girl name for a baby?
I do not.
Just want to throw some names out there.
Okay, let's see. 2025, the most popular name is Henry.
Ooh, that's a good guess because there's a return to old names. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in vogue now to go to these old names, like, for girls like Helen, instead of these like made up or spelled weird names. That's out. Old is in, but Henry is not in the top 10 for boys. I'm sorry.
How about Floyd?
Floyd. It totally should be. Oh my goodness. Nobody is Floyd anymore, are they?
No, but you could
Bringing
have a
it
little
back.
boy named Floyd, Jake.
Bringing it back, baby. Floyd. No, but I'll give you a hint. 4 of the top 10 names are like Old Testament old. And I know you know your Bible. So
Got some Jeremiahs and
well, no Jeremiah. What about the
Mark, Luke, James, John?
Old Testament.
Oh, Old Testament. Oh. Ooh,
What about the dude that gathered him 2 by 2 and built a boat?
Noah?
Noah is the number 1 boy's name in 2025.
Oh, I know a Noah, and he's a wonderful little guy.
Oh, wow. So, okay. He helped.
But he's like 15. So his parents were cool before they knew to be cool.
Totally. They had vision. Yep. We're also looking for, and you won't believe this, Ezra.
Ooh.
Whoa. I do not.
That's number 2?
That was number 8, but I just thought it was like I can, but I don't know a single Ezra. Do you?
I know an Azra,
Hmm.
but not an Ezra.
Yeah, Ezra was in there. We're also looking for a Levi, Elijah.
That's what I was trying to think of. I was like,
Yeah.
Jebediah, Elijah.
Yeah. I know. That was number 4. So it was Noah, Liam, Oliver, Elijah in the top 4. That's crazy. For the girls, number 1 name?
Agnes.
Oh, that is an old kind of name, but no.
Martha.
Not in the top 10. No, Martha, no, not in the top 10 either.
Mildred.
Mildred's probably too old. That's like,
I'm not. What's one start with? Give me some hints.
I'll tell you what the top 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. All the top 5 names end in A. 3 of them end in IA.
Mia.
Mia's top 10. Mia's number 10.
Cool. Okay. Sophia.
Sophia is number 3. Wow.
With an F or a PH?
PH. Good distinction.
Okay, I'm on a roll here.
You are.
Sophia. Bobia. Mia, Bobia. Just kidding. I don't know. I'm blanking now. Kia? Ew. Keisha?
No.
I'm spiraling.
Again, more conventional. Okay, think of a famous pilot.
Amelia.
Amelia, number 2. Think of a famous, let's get physical.
Cynthia? No. Cynthia?
No, isn't that Grease? The Grease star?
No.
What? Am I wrong? Do I have to give myself the buzzer? No. Let's get physical singer.
The blonde gal from Greece?
Yes, with 3 names.
Oh.
I love it. I love it when you're in
Suzanne Summers.
I love when you're in agony of thinking. Oh, nobody's in pain like you when they're thinking so hard.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Jake.
Her
name is not Suzanne Summers. What is her name?
I don't know, but your smoke alarm is going to go off over there because your brain is overheating right now. She's the hyphen everybody knows. Ends in IA. Also a condiment. That's not going to help. That's just going to make it worse. Olivia. We're looking for Olivia here.
Olivia Newton-John.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, what's the condiment?
Oh, olives.
Oh.
I know. Olivia, Amelia were 1 and 2. Sophia was number 3.
Okay.
Emma and Isabella. All those names in the top 5 ending in A. So there's your common theme.
Okay.
Yeah. And you would have known that had you been listening to the award-winning show, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. But.
Well, yes, but I also have another job I have to do every day.
Yeah. Jake. I know. And I'm just thankful to have you on. You are our highest rated segment. As I said, both our parents listen. So the Nielsen ratings through the roof. Skyrocketing. Hey, let me ask you something about, before I get into trivia, the real trivia today, which is about teenagers. You ready for that?
Perfect. Yes, I loved being a teenager.
And you were a teenager like yesterday. It's not that long ago. So teens, do you feel bad about using the restroom in a place if you don't buy anything?
No.
See, most Americans do. What about when they have a sampler taste? Like if you go to the grocery store and they have, here, try a sample, but you don't buy it.
No, I don't, Sam. I just say no. I don't even.
I do
sample.
too. I don't even do the sample because then I feel pressure to buy.
Yeah.
What about at the point of sale and they flip the cash register thing around? They flip the square around to you and they say, click a tip. Do you do the 18%? Do you do custom and choose 0? What do you do? No tip?
It depends on, I think having been in the service industry for so long,
yeah,
I'm a very generous tipper, but I will say that sometimes in certain situations, like, okay, I'm not calling Subway out, but we never, I worked at Subway. It was my first job. We never got tips. We were paid an hourly rate that was, determined to be whatever. And so now all of a sudden, like, you're tipping for things that you never tipped for before.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't come, I don't know.
I know. And it is inherent in the job to build a sandwich. That's what you're there to do. Are you making a sandwich any better that requires a tip than you would the sandwich you made for the other guy?
Well, and for heaven's sake, we dang near made the sandwich together.
Yeah, right. You walk down the line together, right?
That on now. I don't know.
You walk down the line on either side of the glass, and you're like, some of them, them. You're almost
I just didn't put the gloves on, but we did pretty much this job together. I don't know.
You win for that. You totally win.
Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate the service industry, and I feel bad that people are treated often unkindly in it, but it does, it doesn't, certain things just, why does that waiver an additional, $2 out of my pocket? I don't know.
We've gone overboard with the whole, what did you do to warrant the tip? Not anything really. Sometimes it's turning around and grabbing something off the shelf and setting it there in front of, like, really? That transaction earns you the tip? Like, you're going to spin the screen around on me and give me shame for not tipping that?
I know.
Speaking of screens, what is the average amount of daily screen use for teens aged 13 to 18? How much time of the day are they on their device?
4 hours.
How many?
4. More than that?
Double that.
8 hours.
8 hours, 39 minutes, according to a March 22 study. So today, maybe even more. What about preteens? What about ages 8 to 12? How much are they on a screen, do you think?
I hope less.
Yes, less.
Okay, I'll say 6 hours.
But still a lot. I mean, pretty close. 5.5 hours. Wow.
Jeez.
Okay, what is the most? Kids are going to the mall, let's say, back in our day maybe, or your day, my day. They do Amazon now. But you're going shopping. What is the most popular fashion accessory teens talk about? Number one, fashion accessory. Number one thing they're buying.
Shoes.
Yeah, sneakers. Number one. Most popular brand as of 2022, although I just read a recent thing saying they've lost ground, but not so much to knock them out of number one. Number one sneaker all the kids are buying today.
Air Jordans.
That was number two, actually.
Ooh, what's more? Crocs?
No. No, sneakers.
Converse or Vans?
Converse is in the discussion. Vans, I didn't even see show up on the list. I mean, this is not California. We're not all skateboarding.
Is it so? Oh, maybe just some kind of Nike.
Yeah. Is Air Jordans a Nike?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to give you that one. Nike is number one. The Air Jordans specific were listed as two, but Adidas has made up the most ground. Adidas, if you want to be really hip, is the fastest mover, especially among women teens buying Adidas, just in case you want to be on the absolute cutting edge. What percentage of teens own an Apple iPhone? Own the iPhone, not even any other device. Just asking them if they have an iPhone.
75%.
Pretty close. 87%. That seems really high. It is a lot. Okay, just jumping around. Give me any of the top 5 favorite food items of your typical teenager.
Takis.
What?
Takis.
Taco?
No. It's a chip. Taki.
Oh, Takis. Well, we're gonna have to put that in another cat. There is a category for snacks. I mean, food. Like what a teen would consider their main meal. Like this is the main course. Numbers is in.
So chips.
No.
Okay, give me one.
Oh, come on. What does every teen eat every day?
Chips.
For a real meal.
Mac and cheese.
That's more like a 8-year-old or a 7-year-old.
Peanut butter and jellies. Teenagers eat McDonald's.
Yeah, hamburgers was in the top 5. Is in the top 5.
Sandwiches.
No. I'm just more going out to eat.
What? Spaghetti? I'm terrible at this. I guess I don't know what kids eat.
Yeah. Well, what goes with the hamburgers? I'll have a hamburger and
French fries.
And then what is the other? If you don't feel like in a hamburger mood, you're in a
chicken strips.
Chicken is in the top 5. So is tacos. So is the one you're missing. A whole industry created around it. Oh,
tacos?
No, I said taco. The Hut.
Oh, pizza.
Domino's pizza. Number 1.
Yeah, that was silly. I should have gotten pizza for sure.
Number 1 food item. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, I did want to get to the chips because I think you were right about that. It's actually not. You mentioned Takis. What is the number 1 snack of teenagers, according to a 2024 poll?
I would say chips.
Yeah.
Specific. Doritos.
More specific. Lay's was number 2. Cheez-Its number 3. What was number 1? It's a snack, but it's not a chip. And it's pretty popular with adults too, I think, but definitely teens.
It comes in. Does it come in a package?
Yeah, comes in a package. And you, as an avid angler, should know this.
Goldfish?
Yes, goldfish number 1.
That's funny. You hear that? Like that's like a number 1 thing dentists don't want you to eat is goldfish.
Interesting, really.
Yeah.
Teen females said they would rather shop at which did they list higher? If they were shopping for clothes or beauty products, did they prefer Target or Walmart?
Target.
Yes.
That was easy.
Okay. What is the number 2 most popular trend among teens purchasing? Well, this would be really hard actually, because it is. I just thought it was unique that it's the most popular item going up. Like teens say, "Oh yeah, I gotta have one," or teens also said it was the most popular fading out of trend, and it's the Stanley Cup.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of both. But okay, let's see. Just a couple more. And we're going to see if you can hit it out of the park. All or nothing. Kind of teen question. Okay, what are teens doing when they're on the screen? The top online spot for teenagers. What are they on?
Which app?
Yes.
Snapchat.
No, but that was high among teen girls, not boys. It was 3rd amongst teen girls, Snapchat. Close.
It's probably apps I don't even know.
No, it's not.
Twitter or X?
It's the no. Twitter and X were
Instagram?
Old. Instagram is even kind of old for the teens, but it was number 2 for girls. Didn't show up for boys at all.
Spotify? I don't know of any other apps.
No, think of more mainstream.
YouTube?
Yes.
Boys are on YouTube?
Boys are number 3 on YouTube the most. YouTube overall was the number 1 online spot for teenagers. Surprisingly, maybe just so popular. No, you're missing the biggest one. Girls are on it 24/7.
And it's not
it's not Insta, it's not Snapchat, it's not YouTube or Facebook or Twitter.
What other app is there?
Oh my God, the most influential. It influences
TikTok.
Yes. Everything teens do is TikTok.
I don't have TikTok, so I don't think about TikTok.
Yeah, I understand. Surprisingly, that girls number 1 TikTok. For the boys, it was Twitch and Reddit 1 and 2.
What is Twitch?
Twitch is I don't even know. Snapchat's the messages that go away, so your parents can't find out where you were, And Twitch, I don't even know. Twitch is kind of like the YouTube. In fact, this show was going to be on Twitch, but I don't think it is. It's like the kids' YouTube, sort of. And then Reddit. Reddit's where you go to find answers for stuff. Like boys, boys would ask Reddit, "Why don't girls like me?" And Reddit would give you the answer.
Maybe I'll go on Reddit.
Okay, one final thing. All or nothing. What percentage of American teens have a part-time job?
This will be a sad statistic, probably 40. Is it higher? I hope it's higher.
No.
Seriously?
Yeah. In fact, it is trending up. In 2022, it was 17% of teens had a part-time job. Now, 2024, 2 years later, the last survey, twice that, 34% of teens have a part-time job.
I was pretty close.
You were pretty close, actually, to where we are now.
How old were you when you got your first job?
Yeah, my first job was McDonald's, and I got fired on day 2. You know why?
Because your hair wasn't in a hairnet?
No. Good guess. I ate. They told us we could eat as much as we wanted. And I loved McDonald's. I still love McDonald's. I ate so much that they say we're losing money on this guy. And I was like 16. I lasted 2 days.
So you were 16 when you got your first job?
I think so.
Oh, wow.
And then I worked at an amusement park. We had an amusement park with, roller coasters and skee ball and the whole bit. I worked there.
You were a carny?
No, I worked in the food concession, and I remember working the beer tent as like a 17-year-old. I wasn't old enough to drink, and I worked the beer tent, and they said, "Don't serve people that looked overserved." And I'm thinking, how can I not serve? How would I even identify overserved or?
You needed to take your tips training.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
All right, you did excellent, Abby.
Thank you, Jake. I also learned a lot today.
Well, that's what it's all about.
All about, we're just learning.
Eye-opening learning experiences. All right, back to work for you, back to work for me. Have a great weekend. Yes. That's Ask Abby. We'll take our final break of the day and wrap things up on a Thursday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Some other stories that dropped over the last 24 hours on Cowboy State Daily of interest. How many of the House reps would identify as Freedom Caucus? The House has 62 members, and we often talk about this Freedom Caucus group of them. noted by, well, identified by some other voting records. It's not a cut and dried black and white thing, but for the most part, you're looking at Freedom Caucus. They like property tax cuts. They like pro-life laws. They like anything to do with the transgender bathroom, identifying bathrooms, identifying what gender can play what sport and stuff like that. That would be Freedom Caucus platforms, let's say. So who is ready to raise their hand and say, yes, I'm Freedom Caucus? Who is saying, no, I'm not Freedom Caucus, but I am a Republican? And so Claire McFarland, Jackson Walker set out to find out. They asked all 62 members of the House, this state House, who, if they're Freedom Caucus. And they found that 31 identified as Freedom Caucus. The caucus website, by the way, its own website list identifies 16 members that are Freedom Caucus members. This little informal poll found another 17 or so that would identify themselves as Freedom Caucus. Some didn't answer the question. Some preferred not to say. Some didn't answer the email. And some said, just look at my voting record, for instance. But what Jackson and Claire found out was about exactly half of the Wyoming House of Representatives said, yes, I would be considered a Freedom Caucus person. Interesting. Check out that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Hey, thanks for making us a part of your Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, right here on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.